welcome to Nevermind the Furthermore. Wait a minute, this music isn't right, the scene isn't right. Hang on. That's more like it. And now it's time for the show for all creatives. Nevermind the Furthermore. Your source for conversation, inspiration, and fun. With your host, Nicholas Anthony Tockert. He's an artist, a writer, a swordsman, and a game designer. He knows how to use the sword and axe in historical battles without anybody getting hurt too much. He's also the Manatee Man, master of marketing. And he may even have a guest or two. One thing, though, to be certain. Just don't call him a cryptid. With that, it's about time for the show. So sit back, enjoy, and have some coffee and chat with us.
I'm your host with the most, Mr. Nicholas Anthony Tockert, coming at you over the airways on WNTF. Nevermind the Furthermore. Nevermind the Furthermore is brought to you by generous subscription from Independant.org. That's Joe Bachman, who runs the Independent Creator Directory. Your one-stop shop for the best and the brightest authors, musicians, editors, flatters, creators. Basically, if you want to find somebody who can make you able to get your job done, make that dream a reality, you want to go there. And if you are a creator looking for a safe place where you don't have to worry about the whims of some billionaire being a pain in the butt, sign up with ndcd.org. Now, guys, I'm going to tell you this once. We're running out of time. If you haven't signed up, it's $5 right now. If you're willing to dig and go to Joe's first podcast, you can get it for $2.50 with his secret code. You need to hit that, okay? We're also brought to you, so please do that, because if you don't, it's going up to $40 next year, which for a one-time payment to have the kind of service Joe is providing is still insane. I love Joe Bachman. He is my brother from another mother. He'll never be homeless as long as I have a roof. He'll never be hungry as long as there's a bean on our table. But the man's nuts to be doing it this way. However, with the economy being what it is, and we are going to get into that, friends, I've got something delightful that's got me just hopped and popped. I'm just ready to go. But the surprise, it's waiting in the background, lurking, knowing, seeing all. Yes, you. Anyway. But get on that deal now. We're also made possible by JB Tech Apps, where you can get the Big Stompy Robots companion app. And what is Big Stompy Robots? Well, Big Stompy Robots is the wonderful game of tabletop destruction made by yours truly. You can get the core rulebook for $10 or the quick play for $1. Yet 99 cents, you can get a Kindle file that will tell you how to play a wonderful game where you can use your own minis, you can destroy things, and have an absolute blast. But that's not all I write, friends, because I am also creator of the Simple Sword, the Fighting Axe, and the Simple Spear, all part of my ongoing mission to make Western martial arts available for everyone. I believe arts are for everybody. Games are for everybody. Joy is for everybody. And what I am passionate about is helping people gain confidence through martial arts. And in the near future, the vast destruction of some pumpkins, because it will be good for my stress. But that will be coming up on the Historical Fencing Guild a little later. I may have to delay it because I may have a guest for that. And I know that's spooky. And speaking of spooky, don't forget that this year I launched Through the Thinning Veil, 7 great stories to chill your spine, some of which are taken from my days as a paranormal consultant. Others are absolute fiction. All of them have had the names changed and the places relabeled for the safety of everyone, because there are places I know about that you should not go. And frankly, as much as I love my readers, I know some of y'all get silly. Now, it may seem like I am speed rolling through my intro. I am doing so with great reason. You tempted me, sir. You tempted me so bad for a moment there. Anyway, the topic of today's show, and why I'm going to skip my monologue, and I may be skipping some of the ads, is how we're going to succeed in this economy that is taking a downturn. Now, I had planned to prattle for the next hour or so, possibly getting into Nita's time, because this is an important enough thing to do. But instead, I have a far more wise, my mentor, my personal inspiration and hero, the man himself, who is honored in negative every episode we do, Mr. Brian K. Morris.
Oh, hi there. I was just reading something spectacularly good from you can get on Kindle and in paperback form from stormgatepress.com called Major Marjorie. So anyway, available now in all.
I was doing the same thing with this wonderful book called Santastein.
That's a decent looking book there.
It's a decent looking book. Although I've heard rumors of an update, and I would not mind hearing that. Plus, there's something about a secret play that I really think needs to be graphic novelized or something. I really feel that the creator of this book, whose name eludes me at the moment, could just really double down on that.
It's spelled just like mine, so.
Hey, Brian, hi.
How are you, my friend?
I'm fabulous. Basically, the reason Brian's here is because he's a god amongst men. Men want to be him, women want him, and fish fear him. But the economy kind of stinks and sucks. So stucks right now. And I've been getting people messaging me about, Nick, well, what are we going to do? Oh my God, our sales are slumping. And before Brian tells the right stuff, I want to note something. A lot of folks who publish through Kindle do not use the tools that they have. And one of the most valuable tools that that's available through when you're publishing through Kindle is you can go to lifetime sales, and it will show you how much you made since you began and where you are. And I'm not saying a lot of people will do the 30 days, because there's this idea that economics, you should always be making more, always growing. That's not sustainable nor reasonable for a lot. There's going to be fluctuations. Now, as I looked through my chat this morning, I'm going through my messages, and I got about 5 messages on the same thing about, are you doing a subject on this topic? One thing I will tell you guys ahead of the holidays, and we have a lot of people who are nouveau poor right now. The economy has shifted. They're nouveau poor. They're not used to dealing with it. Well, Brian, myself, a few other graybeards out here, we're old poor. It's like old money, but we can survive on next to nothing.
Right.
When you are poor, you still have the holidays. You still have Christmas coming. And the people who are poor but responsible, little after Halloween, and I say after because we usually hit the discount Halloween candy sales, our spending drops dramatically from now usually to Thanksgiving. And that's because people are saving their money. A lot of people are planning on those Black Friday sales, and you have to have the money available. So they'll take the 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 paychecks even. They start budgeting, if they're the kind that pay attention, to have the money to buy the luxuries that they want on Christmas and not go broke on their debit cards,
Right.
on their credit cards. So before everybody panics too hard, I do want to remind you, and I sound like one of those climate change deniers, but this is part of a cycle.
Mm-hmm.
However, it is a dramatic deep cut this year because I looked at my numbers. I encourage you to look at yours. So before we get any farther into that, I just want to give you guys a reminder that we are in one of the great lean times for people who are selling stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let that panic you too hard. If you aren't as busy, because a lot of my commissions drop off this time of year for the same reason, this is the time to take the extra time and energy and double down on your creativity and your marketing so that it's in place when the big, when the salmon are running again, you're going to be in a good position to deal with it. So after that, Brian, remind folks who you are, because there are some new folks to you who will be subscribing to you. And if they don't, I will seek them out. I will find them. I'm a man with a special set of skills. But go, please, sir.
Okay, well, I'm Brian K. Morris, and I vaguely resemble the avatar up in your upper right-hand corner because I am the original host of this show, but we recognize superior talent, so we pass the baton to the one and only Nick Tockert because he's amazing. I'm Brian K. Morris, independent publisher, freelance author, editor, and Facebook famous YouTuber, and former mortician's assistant. I not only publish a line of books such as Sane. Thank you, Nick. But I also work for other publishers such as Stormgate Press, Prose Press, a whole bunch of other people. And I also mentor writers and creatives. And I just finished doing an acting gig of all things on Friday night with the great Bishop Stevens, a former professional wrestler and incredible actor and director. So I got my creative stuff on these days, as I usually do. And one of the things I like doing, and one of the reasons I'm showing up, invading Nick's time here, is that I've been an independent publisher for 11 years now. And I've made a lot of the mistakes so you don't have to. If you see a sheep wandering blindfolded through the minefield of creativity, that's probably me. But I'm here to smooth the path, if not to eliminate all of the things in your way, because sometimes you need them. Sometimes you need those things if you're going to learn what works for you and what doesn't.
If you're going to be stupid, you have to feel pain. Oh wait, sorry, wrong lesson.
Then I am the dumbest guy in the world,
man. All right, sorry, I couldn't resist the interjection. Continue.
How hard did you try?
Oh no, no, sir. One thing I love is whenever you're on the show, there's no time that passes. Like whenever we're on the same thing, it instantly devolves to this. But
it does. It does.
So, what is your take on what people should be doing with what's coming down the pipe and
Yeah. Well, you made some great points just now, particularly in that look at what you've done in the past and know that you've accomplished something.
Absolutely.
And we have had hard times before. I mean, I'm not going to get into a whole lot of this, what's going on, but like in the post that on Facebook that inspired this episode, we've gone through a lot just in the time that I have been a full-time writer, out of necessity. That we've gone through political upheavals here in this country. We've gone through global problems that has reminded the world that we are really one world.
Yes,
that what
absolutely.
happens on the far side of the planet hits us in the pocketbook right here. And also, take a look at the stock market sometime with long-term stocks. You'll see that it's not just zip. It is zip, 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 zip. But you see, if you average out the trend, it goes up. The worst thing you can do right now as a creative person and as a business person, because whether you publish your own work or you send it out for someone else to publish, you're a business person. And anyone who, you can think of yourself as, the poet laureate of action adventure or whatever, you know, um, you know, Tibetan rap music, whatever your jam is, don't stop doing it. That is the key right now. Do not stop what you're doing because, like I said, everything is cyclical. When it's like a yo-yo. When it goes down, it has to come up again. And the worst thing you can do is quit. And as I'm always saying at the close of my shows, stay smart. Immerse yourself in the business. Talk to your friends that are in the business. Pick their brains. Because how many of us, I know you've done it, Nick. I can look at the comments that are coming in, and thank you for those great comments. I can't think of too many people that at one point or another didn't see somebody a little further up on the food chain and tap them on the shoulder and say, hey, listen, could you tell me how to do this one thing? Could you help me with this one problem? And I'll wager that 95% of the time when they ask that question of somebody higher up, they got an answer. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't go away and quit bothering me. It was, here's the thing you needed to know. And sometimes it's not what you need to hear. Or it's not what you want to hear, I should say. But it is what you need to hear.
About that.
Yeah. In fact, it was I subscribe to a thing called Darren Daily. Darren is the publisher of Success Magazine.
Oh.
And he gives every workday. He gives a little bit of advice. Darren Hardy is his name. And he gives some stuff, and sometimes he shoots from the lip a lot of times. And Cookie and I will listen to it. That's my wife, for those of you who don't know, the brains of the operation. And he'll say something, it's like, I know it's true. I know you're giving me the information I need to know, but I'm not real. Thank you very much. Hashtag bring Cookie home. But it's not the thing I really want to hear this right at this moment. But yeah, definitely don't stop doing what you're doing. Reach out to other creators and, and just basically, right now, I think just treading water is a good way to do it. But otherwise, I say push ahead. For instance, I'm releasing a book possibly in a week if I get my proof copy in time. I'm releasing my first that I'm publishing book in 4 years. I know, right? I've been so busy working for everybody else that
I may have spent a while going, Brian, I love you, but when are you doing your stuff? Come on.
Yeah, I know.
Well, and see, you are.
I am. In fact, I may to show I lead by example from the rear. I don't read any more into that than what you're hearing, folks. But it's like I may have 3 books coming out in the next 6 months.
That's spicy. That's delightful.
Yeah.
See, Brian is
excited too.
Brian is the benchmark I hold myself to. It, like if I a lot of people are like, I want to be the next Stephen King. I don't. I mean, I'll take it if it comes, but that's so many light years beyond the scope of my perception.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why worry about it? And people, you're aiming small. No. I'm nearsighted, folks, and especially when I'm wearing my black glasses, I look at the next step.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I try to be for people a footstool. That's it. Yeah. I can't launch you, or try to be a footstool. We got some great people in the chat who, when we get down to them, are trying to get started. And pointing that this is the man who helped me make a huge jump and I love to do it. I don't know if I trust my internet, but if you look at my sales chart, and I do that, I'll regularly put up, this is what my lifetime sales on KDP are.
Mhm.
You know, you can see, and then the spike, and that spike is when I took over the show.
Right.
I mean, it's dramatic.
Yes.
So you look for things that are going to do that for you.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think there are certain trends that people are going to try to take. And you hinted at it with the first one.
Mm.
The first one is there are a lot of people right now who are looking at the economy, and the people who are kind of smart prepper types. And I hate that psychotics have taken the term prepper. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the ones who watch and go, there's a storm coming, I better, make sure I have, the windows closed. That mentality.
Yeah.
A lot of people are panicking getting out of the field. They're going, well, AI is going to take over, and all this is going. And I do have one word for everyone who feels they need to leave the field. Everybody who's dropping, everybody who's like, well, being a writer is a pointless dream anyway. Thanks. Thank you. Okay. Because while I do not believe that we are in competition at this level. I really don't. I believe we are in collaboration to make it better.
I agree.
When we're collaborating, we don't need people anchoring us with a sense of impossibility, a sense of doom. And you will hear that constantly as a creative. You can't do that. You can't make money doing that. How are you going to live doing that? And maybe you can't. Maybe you have to work a day job to afford to do the dream you love, and there is nothing wrong with that. But don't give up the dream you love. Now, I will say, and this is one of those hard things that I think Brian will be able. But you brother, you need only ask.
That's right. Right. That's my thing for the people who 12 years ago, 11 years ago, when I lost my job, almost 12, we're going on 12 now. I had a bunch of people who knew me and knew I was an entrepreneur at heart, and I'd fallen on my face with a lot of them. But this one I was determined to make work, and because it had been a lifelong dream. But you get those people say, "Oh, you can't do that. Oh, it's impossible. You'll never be fill in the blank of whatever writer leads the market at that point in time." And so I published my own stuff just to show them it could be done. And that's how you shut up your critics, by doing it.
Yeah.
And then they have to go, like roaches when you turn on the kitchen light, they have to go scurry, and they'll like, oh, then they'll start whispering about you in private, and who cares?
It's funny. My neighbor who had some legal troubles recently spent some time. But I was talking to him. Yes, I talked to him.
Good.
He said he had people he called crickets, and I love this term. There are lots of people out there who are crickets who will talk and chirp and make noise till you walk in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Then they get real quiet.
Yep.
And that's one of those. I love them. When I feel doubt about what I'm doing, guys, because a lot of people are scared. Mm-hmm. I think of sitting in Burger King because they had the cheapest drinks at the time and free Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Putting out the simple sword. Burger King in Michigan City, the one with the bullet holes in the ceiling.
Yeah.
Because nobody messed with me. It was I just hung out there. Nobody, But when I wrote that book, I had people telling me I couldn't. As in, you shall not. Mm-hmm. A group I was affiliated with desperately tried, after I stopped being affiliated, to not put that book out because, they say, what they don't want you to know. They literally did not want my take on the information out. I've spent the last 12 years, I think. Mm-hmm. Yeah, about 12 years. Actively annoying several major groups by translating things. That is a Wells font. Oh, hate me. Just hate me. Don't see the problem with life is there are people who will hand you the black hat. Okay, they will say, "You, sir, are a villain," or "Ma'am," or whatever. We have an eclectic chat. They are the same ones who freak out when you take that black hat and you look at it and go, "Okay," and you put it on and you wear it better than they imagine.
Yeah.
So the foremost thing is keep going. Now's the hard part. I have to tell you. I love independent creators, and I love how many people have made money through Kickstarters and things like that. It is a wonderful thing. But Kickstarter is not necessarily sustainable. I hate to say it.
I agree.
Certainly not by itself.
Mm-hmm.
And I know so many people who are chasing the Kickstarter highs and lows, and that's great, but you have to have a baseline of consistency.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I've mostly stayed with Amazon. I've tried different companies. I may go to try Lulu in the near future. But I like that I have a passive income stream, because once you publish with them, you want that. You want passive income streams.
Yeah.
That will give you the base. But chasing the highs and lows, and they always get disappointed. I didn't make more. Stop.
Yeah.
They handed you $10,000, or they handed you $5,000 or $700 that you did not have because they believed in the product and they wanted it, or they believed in your personality.
Right.
You should be flying high. That should be an ego jump.
Mm-hmm.
But with all that said, we have to look at our prices, guys.
Yeah. And
I know it's hard because Amazon just cranked us all on paper prices and ink prices, and you have what's a cumulative effect. So if the cost of the base product goes up 1%, it goes up 30%, because everybody goes, well, I have to add it up 1%. I'll go slide that extra 2 or 3 or 5. And everybody in business sees that as an opportunity to get a bigger piece of the pie, and it goes down. The problem is we are trying to get blood out of stones in some cases, and a lot of what we write, despite my philosophical and borderline religious views on the necessity of media for the soul,
right,
is a luxury. And when people buy our books, our stuff, that is money they are not choosing to put towards food. And you look up, you see like Netflix and all these other companies are freaking out because their subscriptions are dropping out. And all these people who are trying to keep their books balanced by the numbers they had in 2020. You can't use 2020 for anything other than an aberration that hopefully you use to level up. But we may have to lower our prices, guys. We may have to add stuff. We may have to give stuff away. And I know that's not popular with the more monetarily minded amongst us. And people tell me I'm crazy because a lot of times, kids come to my booth, people come to my booth, and it's like, yeah, I'd like that, and you know what, you like that, and I listen. You're tight, no problem. I'm gonna throw this in. I'll give you a little something extra.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you why. One, it's good karma. You're doing right. I believe in equivalent exchange, folks. And two, they'll never forget it. Yeah. And when the flush time comes, not all of them, because some people feel entitled, but the good folks will come to you and they'll say, I remember where were you when the poop was hitting the fan?
Yeah.
So that's where I'm thinking a lot of it needs to go.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking that, and it's something that a lot of creative people hate doing. But it's like I tell people, I used to be a middle manager at a big box retail store, and I'm the one that cleaned the ladies' room out. And I was the guy who got the position because I was willing to clean the ladies' room at the end of the day with everyone else. Everyone can have the job of their dreams, but there's still going to be an aspect of it you hate.
Absolutely.
And we've all got to clean the toilets. A lot of people don't like promotion because they feel like they're whoring themselves out. Well, you know what? It's the world's oldest profession for a reason. you have to sell yourself because you are the product as much as your creative efforts are the product. I wear a fez. I wear, these things now occasionally. I have a bow tie when you see me at shows. People remember me. That's part of my branding. Nick's got a look. I've got a look. A lot of people in the creative field have a look. As far as if you want, I love the idea of like giving more for the value. Also, make sure your product is worth it. Okay.
Yeah.
Theodore Surgeon said 90% of everything is crap, and it's true. Take the time and make sure your stuff is worth the money you're asking for it. If you're the person that edited your own book, get another set of eyes on it and then republish it. If your cover stinks, get a better cover. You don't have to spend a lot of money on it. You can trade for services. You can do barter. You can do crowdfunding just for stuff that will improve the look of what you do. But basically, the thing is, such as IndieCD.org, which I fully endorse. Yay, Joe Bachman. But the thing is also, get on shows and promote yourself. Do your own show. Facebook allows you to do your own show. YouTube has proprietary software that allows you to get on and just talk to people one-on-one, like Nick does, like I do, like a bunch of other great people do. Get your face out in front of the public, because familiarity does not always breed contempt. It may breed sales.
Abso-fragging-lutely. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Abso-fragging-lutely.
Yeah.
And the other,
Abso-fragging-lutely, yes.
Yeah. I want to put something else that I'm very proud about the people I associate with.
Yes.
Because I consider myself a relatively small fish in a school of some serious tuna around me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But these people in this chat, right? And I'm looking at the chat, and I'm not ignoring you guys, and I haven't forgotten to run Joe's ad. I'll probably stop and run at least an ad in a minute to give Brian a chance to drink.
Blame me. I don't wait on you. I'm not going to wait on you.
Oh.
We're all friends here. So.
But in that case, but I'm sorry. Put your money where your mouth is. Okay. If you want to say, I'm a small creator. I know, I'm a small business. And I love when people embrace the fact that they are a small business. Bless my lovely wife. She is working on some paperwork. We are pursuing that next level of establishment as business.
Yep.
A lot of things I do, I've had to do the way I've done because I've done most of what I've done with relatively close to zero capital in the capitalistic system. So the people who put out free word processing programs and things like that, bless your black little hearts, because
Yes.
But you need, if you're going to say, I'm putting stuff out, I want to make money, the economy is hard. We're all in the same boat. Shop small people. Several years ago, and I'm not sure how many because it's time, I set up a little group on Facebook called St. Nick's Creators Christmas Mall. The link is in the chat. And it goes dormant most of the year till about Halloween till now. It starts to come back alive. Go there, okay? I put the link in the chat. I get nothing out of it. This is not a money thing at all for me. The only thing I get out of it is a minor convenience. Well, a major convenience. Put the links to your shops there. And then when you start laying down money for Christmas, before you go to fight the fight at Walmart and the big box stores, you put on your body armor, you get ready, throw some elbows because you really want another big screen TV or whatever. Sit down and look through the list of sites and stuff. Talk to the people you know and go, hey, what would it cost me to commission, a amaguri from Cindy Kep or Trelana Bachman. They both do really neat amaguris.
Yeah.
Whose book do I know my friends would like or love, but they would not know to reach out and get?
Right.
So you look at Brian. We all have the older relative, and I hate to put it that way, but who loved pulp stuff and thinks pulp is dead because they're not internet connected. How much can you blow their mind by going, oh, here, it's called Skyman,
Yep.
the Master of Steam. But by doing that, again, guys, I have this principle. When you're tight, you spend money on the people who need it. When you're hungry, you share the food you have. When you are hurting and you're feeling bad about the world, you do something nice for others. You always want to counter the darknesses in life with that positive hit. And it's the last thing a lot of people expect. It's the last thing, but that is where humanity, I find, is at its best. You want to see humanity at its best, you'll see it on the edges of metaphorical or literal war zones. You're going to see it where people are suffering. Another of my great inspirations, one I never had the privilege to meet or associate with, is Mr. Rogers, Fred Rogers. Yes, that one. A lot of people make fun of him. Not in my presence. But
nor mine.
He said, when you're scared, look for the helpers. Now, I've put an add-on to that, a variant, If you can't find the Uncle Iroh in your life, if you can't find somebody who's helping others, if you can't find the person you need, you have the obligation to do your best to become that person for everybody around you. And we have a chance, guys. Whenever things go wrong, 2020 should have taught us some things. And one of the best things, and I think Brian will agree, is when everything's going wrong, that is the greatest set of opportunities if you are wily and together and frankly cunning enough to realize that.
Yeah.
So, with that mentality, what changes, tweaks, what from booth design all the way to long-term financial planning, whatever. You're one of the wisest people I know, Brian. And I know you're going to laugh, but what moves are on your chessboard coming into, the holiday season and beyond to assist your business and such?
Well, as I said, promotion, getting my name out there, networking, find your tribe, find the tribe that'll share your message, and basically doubling down. That's what, the big gamblers do, when they see an opportunity coming. And Winston Churchill once said, never let a good crisis go to waste. Like I said, 2020 was actually a pivotal year because that's when I started leveling up. Because a lot of people got scared. I'm not making any money. Oh, we're all in lockdown. We're all going to die from this plague. And some of us, we didn't say I'm putting down my pencil. We said hold my beer.
Yeah.
And we jumped into the deep end with this. And it was a good thing to do. And I think that's why I keep stressing don't give up right now. because things will turn around and you can turn your own thing around. And you mentioned money. Get reviews for your work, whether it's a Google review or an Amazon review. Have somebody review your work. And here's another thing. Here's a pro tip for y'all. Reply to them. Say thank you. Because it will get more eyes on it, because the algorithms that keep changing constantly. One thing is consistent, and it's called engagement. For instance, if I'm watching this on the rerun and I leave a comment for Nick in the comments below, that's one bit of engagement. The algorithms go, good on Nick, he got one bit of engagement. If Nick were to say, hey, thanks, Brian, for leaving that message, it's now double. And, encourage that sort of thing. And again, if you want to support your favorite authors, you don't have to do something like Patreon, which, Nick and I both have, which is, $1 a month can really make a difference to somebody at our level. Thank you very much, Nick. And where you can find more about it, including my insider information thing. But also leave a review for somebody. If somebody's got a crowdfunding campaign like Jody McPhee or Grant Lankard have right now, Jody's just starting his, Grant's on the tail end of his own, share that message. That's how you help the creative community. Get those reviews. Reply to those. They say don't reply to your reviews, but you can still say thank you. Thank you for leaving this review. And again, this is something I just recently discovered. But that's how you get more engagement, because the more you tickle the algorithms, the Google and Amazon and all these other platforms are so interwoven anymore that when you do this, it boosts you in other areas as well. So, and it's really a lot of what it's going to take to get through this is the two dirtiest words in the English language: hard work. Everybody wants to sit on their butt and be creative. And, I'm so precious. I'm a, fragile little butterfly that's here to be sensitive. Well, except me. But it's mostly, I remember the words of Samuel Goldwyn, who helped create MGM Studios. He said, the harder I work, the luckier I get. Yeah. And I found that to be true, that if I put a little more, sweat equity into my business, then it comes back. And if you do it ethically, if you do it with the right people, in your corner, it comes back tenfold. There we go. Yeah, and don't panic, right? And that's the main thing. Don't panic. A lot of people are yelling that the sky is falling right now. There's a lot of stuff that's out of your control. You can't help that there is, a war in Ukraine. You can't help that, the incident going on right now with Israel and Hamas. You can't do anything about the political thing that we're going into starting next year. That's beyond your control at the moment. Your business is totally within your control. Like He-Man, to paraphrase He-Man, you have the power. And if it's going to be up to anyone, it's going to be up to you. Don't be a victim. Don't say, well, it's because of the economy that my sales are down. No, it's because you're not promoting enough. If my sales are down, that's on me. Yeah. I can't blame it on the president. I can't blame it on the Speaker of the House. I can't blame it on the trash man. It's Brian's fault. And at least that's the only way I've got to try. I've got to try to boost my own business.
And that's the responsibility aspect that people don't want.
Right. Yeah.
Great power. And being a small business person is powerful. I mean, you are defying, because one thing, anytime anyone buys your book, because low level, I don't think there's any competition. I want to make that crystal clear.
I completely agree with you.
But when it goes, I see somebody bought one of my books. Mm-hmm. They didn't buy something from Penguin House. They didn't buy something, you know, that is owned by Disney.
Yeah.
You know, and I do deal with a lot of comic book guys. Anytime your comic gets bought, that's money that Marvel, that DC, not bashing DC, not bashing Marvel, but that's money they did not get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the reason they didn't get it is because your product's better.
Mm-hmm.
So you have that. Now, I recently came back from LodgeCon in Peoria, Illinois. That was last weekend. Not weekend before last. This last weekend was the end of the vacation / recovery / cleaning up for a new mattress to come through the house.
Woo-hoo.
But yeah, especially since mine broke. That's why the new one came in. There was a malfunction. I've been sleeping on broken springs for the last 2 weeks.
Wow.
Oh, a couple weeks, but it was only on my side. So I do what I do. Take that how you will. But I did. Anyway, all jests aside, I have to be careful because we do have minors in the chat. I was looking at some people did poorly. And some people did very well. And some people, because it was a 2-day convention, the first day tanked, second day a lot of people did well. And you go around and you have to ask, why are they doing better than I am? And that's not, don't look at it from a greed or you're not comparing yourself that way. You're comparing yourself by, it's tactics, it's assessment. It's like Mandy made dice bags. We have dice bags that she makes.
Yeah.
And we had a couple go, but her dice bags were $3 or $5 because we get a moderate profit, not making anything. Lesser quality down the line were marketed for $30. What happened is the guy across the way who had an amazing, wonderful gaming spread walked over and said, "You guys do trading?" What do you mean? Well, I'm going to, MSRP for MSRP. I'll take all of those and give you store credit, essentially, at this very nice gaming shop. And Maddie's like, I don't know what. Doink. Yes, we are happy to. And she was some, and he's kind of looking funny. I'm like, you're not understanding what's going on, dear. Because she was having a little trouble getting what he was saying. She's like,
yeah.
Yes, you are. Here. So then she's like, what $85 worth of our bags go, which is a stack of them.
Yeah.
And she goes, okay, now what? Now you have that money. Have fun. And she went and got all this cool stuff that she wouldn't normally get through the game. Sure. And it's like, well, that did count for money. I'm like, sure it did. One, it's our anniversary weekend. This is how we're celebrating our anniversary by marrying, by merchanting, vending. And guys, that's another hit. Marry someone who gets it. If your partner isn't going to support your small business, you will eventually have to choose one or the other. I will never tell you which to choose. That's not my place. But I will say you have to understand that going in. If they don't get the convention life, the merchant life, whatever, you need to be tied to people who get it. And I'm privileged to be tied to an amazing woman, 21 years, and my friends. So Joe and Trey, whenever they can, we merchant together. I'm sorry, I was talking. It took me years to get the word merchant out of my mind back to saying vendor. And I talked to AmpGuard guys, really great group of AmpGuard guys from Kankakee. And I'm like, I wonder if I can't get into their events as a merchant like they used to have in the SCA. And as soon as I thought that, vendor dropped out of my mind and merchant went right back up. So it's but
6 of one, half dozen of another. So
I was walking around and I was listening to people, and it's like our very own Fawn was there.
I love Fawn.
Oh, Fawn's amazing. She had some problems because it was a very family-oriented event,
Mm-hmm.
and her cosplay was rather risque. And I believe her sister's cosplay was rather risque, and there was some tension in there.
I'll be looking for their pictures later. So,
Um, dang it, Brian! I was on the rail. Y'all saw it. I was on the rail. Brian's like, nah, nah.
yeah,
Anyway,
no rails were on when I'm on.
and toward the second day sold like gangbusters.
Mhm.
But I also heard there was some static. So you have to research what you're doing. You're going what event, what's the format, what's the style? Is it family friendly? Is it 18 and up, balancing that whole thing out is going to help. You have to do the research. But that sounds like work. I want to set up my table and hang out and I set up my table and sell books. Okay, y'all, I got to talk to you. And this is going to the chat. This is going to a lot of people. I love you. See, with Brian here, Brian gets to be the good guy. That means I get to be the bad guy for a while, and I'm good at it.
Wait till I make my comment.
If you set up a table, and how many of you have seen this? Flat table. Maybe 3 rows, flat books. They're stacked. There isn't even one upright. And they're sitting there. The only worst one. I'm an artist. I love art. I do on-site art commissions. I make reasonable money doing that. But even when I'm doing that, I look 1 second. Hi, how you doing? I engage the people. If you are an artist or an author, whatever, and you're trying to sell your stuff, as fun as it is, as great as it is to see your friends, as awesome as it is to be out of the house you have clocked in. You might as well have the "Hi, my name is Joe" right here on your tag. You are working, and you should be merchandised as such. Even one small sign, even a book upright, something like this, catches the eye. A lot of people give me flack. Why is all my stuff in black and white? I catch it all the time. You need more color in your books. No. You know why? Yeah, see, that's beautiful. And Eric Hawkins is an amazing artist. All my stuff is in black and white because the others aren't.
Yeah.
So it stands out. And the black and white, I'm planning at some point to redo the cover on Simple Sword so that it's a black and white cover like the rest of mine, because it spreads right over to the gaming table where I literally have miniatures in black and white going. So it matches the art in the book. It catches people's eye because bright, bright, bright. So there's some color on my overarch of the art pictures that I do, but black and white. And I'm in color. Radiant shirt. I got my selling hat. It's sticking straight up. Mandy rebuilt it. It's taller now.
Nice.
And they see me. They see my stuff doesn't match everyone around, but it matches all of it. And people do this. And if I can I will teach you a magic 5-letter word. Okay, guys, I'm going to teach you a secret. If people walking by say DAQU, wait, DA. I have to write it now because I'm dyslexic.
Okay.
DAFUQ.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay? If
Yeah.
they say DAF as they're watching up, they're going to want to come up. Yep. Duh. Beep. Anyway, they're going to go. And I get this. What is this? Now that, see, they're coming at you not from do I want to buy from you? Or am I going to make a deal? Or, They're genuinely curious. I have gotten not just their sales. Sales come and go. I'm not worried about sales. Sales is like money. Money will take care of itself if you do your job. It's that moment of interaction of you're genuinely curious. What the heck is this guy? What the heck is this booth? And if you do that and you find your niche, which we're going to talk about a bit, because that's what I'm going to lob towards Brian in just a second too, you will make sales. But you have to be where people want your product, be presented appropriately for it. Price tags on everything. Sorry. I worked as a merchandiser for Home Depot, which means the Home Depot Corporation spent a lot of money making training manuals for me on how things are priced, how to display things, how to do stuff. You think I stopped using that information when I quit Home Depot? No. Every book should have a price. And people say, well, if they know the price, sometimes they'll walk away. They walk away because they can't afford it or they don't think it's worth the value. You fix that. If they're walking by, your book is either too expensive or they don't think it's worth it. You either have to sell it harder or make it better. But, Brian, you said you wanted to say some things, and then we want to talk about how you found your niche.
Well, I think I was going to amplify on what you were saying about, being smart and going into a venue that might be friendly to you.
Yeah.
One thing that distresses me in certain creative communities is the idea of how do we change the market so that what I do is more appealing to them. It should be the other way around. What are you doing to appeal to that specific market? Now, I'm not saying create for the market.
No.
Because I think doing niche stuff is what makes you stand out. And I'll address the comic book community at large. How many copies of Superman are out there? How many copies of the Avengers or X-Men are out there? How many truly original stories are out there? And the same thing can be said for books. And God knows I plumb the public domain graveyard often enough and try to dig up a body every now and then. So I hear the stones whizzing through my glass house when I say that. But what the thing is, one of the greatest editors in comics, Julius Schwartz, his nickname was B.O. and it stood for Be Original. Put your spin on it. Don't be afraid to put your spin on it. Make it stand out. My new book is going to be a perfect example of that when it comes out in a week or so. You'll see and check out my stuff because we try to be original.
I do have to, and yes, guys, I do have Paul Bunyan Kaiju Slayer. I'm just trying to see if I can adjust the formatting. Oh, did I freeze? I don't know.
Yes, I'm waiting for that.
But it is important to go. If you're not doing your own stuff, why would I care? Now, I love Zombie for World of Oz. I love the original tweaks. But
it's a fresh take on it. It really is.
But when I hear it's blank meets blank.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you look at it, especially in comics, and I love the comic guys. I love it, guys. But I can see where like the original character, a lot of times I see this. I see where the original character was in the product. And I need to make it more like Batman or Wolverine or somebody. Just tweak it a little more towards it. And it's like, why? You were this close to making something iconic, and you just let it slide into bootleg.
He's like fill in the blank, but he kills.
Yeah. Oh.
I am so sick of that trope. I am so sick of that. He's like Superman, but he kills. Big deal.
Okay. You know what? I love soups. If you're writing a character, and I really do. I love Clark Kent better than I love soups, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the line to making good soups right. But I am tired of bootleg Superman, bootleg Batman, bootleg Spider-Man. Not many people bootleg Wonder Woman because I think she's actually a lot harder to write than people want to admit because she's a more complex character.
She is, and I say that as a bootlegger of Wonder
Right.
Woman. One of my stories was a Wonder Woman pastiche in disguise.
Which there's because she's mythologically oriented, everybody you can route back to, ancient Greeks or something like that,
Right.
usually. But my God, guys, I think DC needs to retire a bunch of these characters for a while. If you have to restart your universe every 10 to 20 years or 5 years because your characters might risk aging out, and you have to break timelines and stuff, just let them get old. Tell their story. Has a beginning, a middle, and an end.
Yeah.
And part of the end sets up the next story. My man J. Michael Straczynski said that. In his in Babylon 5, which has some of the best writing ever done. I don't care what anybody says. A lot of people bash that. The writing in it is phenomenal. The story arcing, the structure, that shaped to me how stories should be arranged.
Yes. I usually keep a copy of his book here by my work area here. I think I've actually put it back on the shelf. Huh.
But no, I mean that's on my to-read list.
Oh, good.
But we need to do quality stories that no one can get anywhere else. It's like getting back to Fawn. She put a picture up, and she was at a book convention, and it was one of the most pristine. She was dressed appropriately. I think she was in a library, a library or bookstore. Her books were displayed. You could see everything. Enough signage to see everything, but it wasn't. It's like she has her author loadout and her anime thing loadout. Anime convention, comic convention, when she's setting up her table. And I think that changing your merchandising for a setting and having modular merchandising is a real. This will save you in the long run because you can go, I've done the research. This is a all 20 somethings and up, you can have fun, you can put books. For example, we actually had an incident. We had an incident at LodgeCon I'm going to talk about because it will make Donna Carleen, who I hope she's in the chat. Oh, yes, she is. Rather proud. My friend Kivrin's book, Out at the Fair, I did the cover on. So because she's essentially an introvert, and has to keep her identity all secret because she works, in a schooling style setting. I sell her book, and I bring her money. That's because I'm that guy.
Yeah.
But a teenager came in and bought her book, and Mandy said, "This is a spicy book. Are you sure? Are you sure you're allowed to read this?" And the parent came back, who was actually the person running LodgeCon with it, and said, she sent her back, and the girl's crying. It's like, I have to return this book. She did not understand what spicy meant. And, that book has some spice, and it's a male-male romance. Nobody did anything wrong in that whole arc. We were cool. The vet coordinator came back. His name's Pat. He's amazing. I'm not paid by LodgeCon to promote him, but I will be there next year. It's the weirdest convention I've ever seen. It's 9 to 5 for the vendors. Then they lock the whole vendor hall and say, you don't have to go home. You can go game. But you need an opportunity to game. And then they game I think it closes at 8.
Nice.
And then you go home or back to the hotel. We because of Xander, we went back at 5. It's like, okay. And it's like, you didn't get to game. I'm like, parental. But really, very friendly event when I realized how it worked. I will be going back. RegionCon, which is coming up in April, the next one I'm going to be at, is they're redoing everything. They have a new site. And I was just talking to Darren, who runs it. And he's talking about table rentals and space and stuff. And we got spoiled. They said, here's a 10 by 20 space at LaunchCon. Do with it what you will. We have tables. If you don't need them, send them back. Well, we talked to Darren, and he slipped in that because there aren't so many tables, we have to limit and know the numbers. So I went, wait a second. We'll just bring our own. Do I have the tables to bring to LaunchCon right now? No. Do I have 5 months to figure out how I'm going to acquire lightweight folding table type things? Because the one I had for my booth is actually what I've incorporated accidentally, temporarily 5 years ago as my work desk. Yeah. So we'll get the tables. The other trick that I'm leaning towards when you tailor is you have to invest. So every year when you come to a convention, you have to bring whatever sold, look at what didn't, see about the weight, and bring something that they haven't seen to that convention. I'm not saying put out a book a year. I like to. My goal was originally 12 publications of some sort. I never hit that. But, I tell myself that, putting out something every 3 months or so is not bad. If you go across major art projects and game things, because I'm incredibly diversified. What are you bringing new to the show that the people who came last year didn't see? So how do you feel about that? I mean, what do you think about that? I would love your.
I totally agree with that. I found out early in my journey that each publication sells the one before. That or as I like to put it, nothing succeeds like excess. And I bring stuff because I know people who have a limited output for whatever reason, whether it's finances or they just can't type any faster. But some of them can make do with that. But I'm fairly prolific, and so I lean into it. And because I work in a variety of genres, I can tailor my display for the venue. For instance, if I'm at a comic book convention and I will carry the graphic novel for the Zombieful World of Oz, for which I'm the editor. By the same token, I'll also put out my Skyman front and center. I will put out the stuff that would appeal, the New Adventures of the Blue Circle. I'll put that out front and center because I gear it to the venue. Whereas if I'm at a horror show, I'll move Santastein towards the front, or the Bachelor's Grove book. Being aware of your surroundings is very helpful. Not only being in the place where you think that your books will be received well, but tailoring your display is very helpful. And you made a great point about show your work off. By the same token, you can't have a display that you can hide behind.
Right.
Because you cannot show fear to your customers. They will devour you alive. I went to a show in Indianapolis. This would have been about 7 or 8 years ago. And they had several authors at this show. And, having authors at a comic show is not that far out of the ordinary because some novelists do comics and vice versa.
Right.
Well, almost each and every one of these poor little creatures looked as if their hearts would explode if you made direct eye contact with them. Because they're sitting there, they're sitting there either reading their books, but their hands are shaking. Just absolutely terrified to talk to anyone, and by the same token, I don't want to go up and talk to them because I don't want to give them a stroke.
Right.
And
that's the tragedy. The tragedy of so many creators is some of the best people I know, incredible creators, are so introverted. That's what lets us be writers. We live in our minds. That the extrovert is total counter nature. Right. I will let you guys in on a secret, one I don't like to admit. I have 2 modes. I am either a poison dart frog or I'm a toad. And what I mean by that is I learned to be this grand and when I'm around certain people, big Nick personality. And then the lights come off and I go,
Yeah.
and I'm like, okay. It's very much like Mr. Rogers. You know, the Hawaiian shirt comes off. I hang them usually in my. Actually, I started living in my study because I have my collection of Hawaiian shirts, and I have to just grab for work. I always forget to grab one when I sit down, and then I put on something brown. You know what I mean? And I put bossa nova on my TV. You know, because there's that relax, and I go through a very calm life most of the time. And before I go to conventions, I like hoard as many spoons as I can to be well built up because I'm on for the next 48 hours. And as soon as it's convention time, I'm on. Now, that's the other thing I want to tell you. And I'm not telling Brian. Brian knows this from heart. I'm telling you guys. As soon as you hit site, you are selling. And that's one that happened at us. It happens all the time. We hit, some people, okay, we're going to set up. Site doesn't open till this. We got time. Hi, everybody. Get some coffee. Yeah, we'll put the table up. No, sir. Hup, hup, hup. Deploy. I want my perimeter established. I want my stuff up. Bam, bam. And once we've set it up, Mandy goes, you're not lifting any heavy things because I'm not supposed to. My butt is in a chair in front of my drawing thing, and the sign is, yes, I am open. I will take commissions. And if you think I haven't made large bucks, relative to my world, just sitting there, wait, you're doing, yeah, you want a picture done before the show starts? I'm good. Let's go. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah. And if you get a couple of those, they're advertising for me because they'll put it up. Where'd you get that for me? Do you think I don't give vendors a crazy discount? Because it does two important things. It gets me advertised to the vendors, and it gets that first sale. And I will tell you, the biggest thing of any event is you want to crack that first sale, because even if you only make $5 at it, $5. You didn't get skunked out. And the difference of, selling a quarter pin, selling anything to crack that line mentally, it's such a thing. And I because I know it, I will pay attention. I'm notorious for going to the other vendors and going, what's that? You've had a rough day, so I'm going to get this. Boink, buy one thing. Why? Because now now he's made it, he's chill. The more chill, if the rest of the vendor hall is happy, you're happy. And the other thing that I got from some people asking, well, I don't make money at shows, I make money online. No. You are misunderstanding. You are watch when the sales come in. And the vast majority of time, unless it's right before October, this is October to November is a rough time for short-term sales.
Why?
Because people are saving up money for Christmas. Anyway.
But Christmas is fun.
Christmas is fun, but adults have to pay for it. Sorry. If part of his homeschooling is learning the business side of what I do, so I will stop and I will answer his questions. But you go to a convention first to sell yourself. The business cards go out. The QR codes. I like to tell people, take a picture of that business card. When I pick up a card, take a picture on your phone, because you'll lose the card. Take a picture in your phone. Yep. And if you encourage people that, they'll remember that because a lot of people, hey, that's a good idea. Then, in a couple weeks, sometimes sometimes the next day, you'll get a spike on your online sales because people didn't have the money then. If your product is good, if they really are interested, you'll get sales after because it's a convention. And once you've set up, if you have somebody who can work your booth well, you got to do the Brian. See, I'm like Brian. Drives people nuts. Where's Nick? Well, it depends. Every 10 to 15 minutes, maybe half hour, if I'm not, actively in something, my leg has to go for a walk. It just has to. And if I don't take my leg for a walk, it gets cranky. So there I am, bebopping and hobbling. Do I have business cards in my pocket? Yes. Do I have business cards in my hat? Yes. Have I sold stuff literally off my person? Yes. I love doing that with pins. You want this pin? Sure, I'm selling them. Here, you can buy this one. And people will take it because it's a personal thing. It has more value. But wander around, talk. You want to be part of the convention. You want to convene.
Mhm.
And when things are slow, you talk to vendors because you learn stuff. Like, hey, you know any other conventions?
Yeah.
The great sorrow, the great difficulty I find in what we do, ironically, is not the convention itself. It is not making the money. It's not even, making the product. I love writing. I love drawing. And ADD, so I do 5 or 6 different things at any given point. It's finding when the convention is before it happens. Because I don't know about you guys, but have you guys run into this? You're looking at the newspaper. Yes, I'm old. I like newspapers. Or you're watching the news and there's that little, well, today at BlankCon, so many people went to, this convention. You're like, so conventioners, people who do conventions, I am among your number. Promote your convention. Promote. And the other thing, and this is not another shameless plug for our dear friends over at IndieCD.org, because I would never do another shameless plug. But part of IndieCD.org is this massive community calendar where people put up, Kayla Jade has a book out, or they're going to QuadCon Comic and Toy Show in Omaha, Nebraska, or Des Moines, Iowa. Boy, have I read Cindy Kep's stuff a lot. It's almost like I have most of her spiels memorized. I'm rather proud of that. But don't be afraid to research and ask people, other vendors, hey, you know any other good shows? They're coming down the pipe. Because we need that information. I will tell you, I encountered something on this one, and it's local. And I think Brian may find it interesting.
Okay.
I stopped in, and I haven't been in for quite a while, at Sage's in Lafayette. The Sage's shop.
Oh, right. I know the place. Yes.
Because I had to do a doctor's visit. I went to Goodwill, found that comic book for you at Goodwill.
Thank you.
It was like $1.99. I'm serious. So I'm like, yes.
Hey.
But and I stopped by Sage's to kind of, last couple times haven't been the best.
Right.
And I hate saying that because it's such a large shop.
Mm-hmm.
But I asked them, so when I don't get it. This is a big town. It's a college town. When's the next gaming convention? And I got to hear a whole tirade from one of the workers about how in 2015 they helped sponsor a convention and they didn't make any money. And they lost a bunch of money, so there's no conventions in here. It's a party town. People don't. And I'm looking at him like, one, you're going to lose money on your first convention.
Always.
It's a first convention.
Mm-hmm.
That's just how things work. Post 2020, a lot of them feel like first conventions because everybody's feeling things out.
Yeah.
But I mentioned LaffyCon. He goes, well, that's just a comic convention. I guess. I mean, but that doesn't really count. I go to gaming conventions and I sell sword books
Mhm.
because there's overlap. Just because my stuff is niche doesn't mean there isn't overlap in interests.
Mhm.
And the vitriol in which they spoke about these two conventions,
Mhm.
I'm like, are you dumb? Are you? I mean, like, why are you so hateful about this?
Yeah.
You know? And I really think it's because they set their store up and their attitude is they want to be the convention.
Mhm.
And it's a beautiful store, lots of tables. I'm not bashing it. They did add a little tiny sign that they jumped the price up if you use a card. And my problem was the sign was very small.
Mhm.
But that level of not wanting to interact with the community. I've seen a lot of comic shops. There used to be a comic book shop that was run up in Valparaiso. Well, it's still there, but there was a time where their attitude was very, well, why would we go to a convention?
Mhm.
You know, there's well, what's the point? It's like there's a convention going on 3 blocks away from your comic shop. It's a comic and geek convention.
Mhm.
You want to know where your regular customers probably are?
Yeah.
They're over there.
Yeah.
You should be too. But finding them is this great bang. So we need to organize which conventions. If as a creator you find a good convention, share the good ones. Brian does all the time. It's one of the reasons I love his show. It's like I need to get my schedule and stuff balanced enough that we can afford to go to Iowa. I hate to put it this way, but the
Yeah.
QuadCon shows sound amazing.
Yeah.
And it's just we start with so small we have to move very slowly. Which is why I'm just like, boop, boop. I feel like I'm driving a Shriner car in the Risingtide convoy.
Yeah.
They put me next to the suicide jockey. That's a term for somebody driving dynamite guys or other
Right.
explosives. I am
It's
not
trucker terms. It's trucker terms.
Yeah, and the busload of Jesus hippie freaks. This is referencing a Conway Twitty song. And my little van, boop, boop, squeezes on in there. But I'm getting this pattern where I'm looking in the cardinal directions, and it's like because we went to we've gone to RegionCon. That's about an hour and some change. We went to LodgeCon. That's about an hour some change. They're 5 months apart. Well, that starts giving me a nice quarterly schedule. It's in half, so I just about the middle of it is LibraryCon, and at some point, LibraryCon. I'm gonna give you guys a secret. Brian gets to hear it too. There is a hall in Fowler. The count. It's like annex. That's the word. The county annex can be rented. And it's right next to the Fowler City Park. It's a fairly large building relative to Fowler, and it's right south of 52.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
It used to have the big painted blade. They've moved the big painted blade. I hope they get a new one. But we want to try to get there as a setting for the library/FezCon to grow. Don't know if we can, but it's local. My goal is to find an hour away every quarter and every cardinal direction. Because I go mostly west, a little north. I go north for RegionCon is in Cherville now. It's just straight north on 41.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
April 13th for people who are interested. Gaming convention and geek stuff. I would never promote that convention to get more people involved. But so now I'm looking for one east and I'm looking for one south. Yeah. And it blows my mind that West Lafayette is an hour south of me. It has one of the greatest colleges in the world. Mm-hmm. And there isn't an effective gaming convention or a geek con that I've heard about. I tried to go to the one you told me about. I got lost in West Lafayette, missed the convention, but found my way into I swear, the set of Eureka for a minute and just ended up pulling over and watching drones. Yeah, I got cut off by a robot. I'm not kidding. I'm driving down the street, totally off topic, but I look over and people have clearly homemade versions of like Google Glass on.
Yeah.
A 6-wheeled robot with a cooler on the back cuts out in front of me.
Yeah.
I slam on the brakes as a biplane looks like it's about to do a touch and go. Like, what the heck is going on?
Here's an aside for you. I did a show in Carbondale. I found Global Dynamics.
Oh, that's cool.
I poop you not. It is. I drove by this place like a shortcut between where I was staying and the venue, and I'm in the middle of these woods, and I look up and they're right across to the front. Global Dynamics. I got on the phone. I called Cookie right away. Oh, honey, I found Eureka.
Oh my gosh!
I know.
And to the people who run Eureka,
yeah,
I may not be, and the government types. I may not be, scientifically minded enough in that manifestation of intelligence. But for the love of God, get somebody who's taken some ethics courses to talk to your scientists. Yes. I would gladly volunteer to move my family to that kind of area to provide some level of moral support when all they have is the fat guy who runs the cafe. Anyhow.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I just completed my DVD set of Warehouse 13 too. So yes.
Oh, I love it except for the end. Anyway.
Me too. Yeah.
My man already. They did him wrong.
Yeah.
But all just aside, we're looking for good cons. So always, if you have good ones, tell us about them. Now I've got an hour and a half almost. I've completely neglected the chat. I'm sorry about that, guys. That's what happens.
My fault.
When I have a guest,
it's me. I'm the problem. It's me. I suck all the oxygen out of the room. Sorry,
what I'm going to, and I will run lots of ads in the near future. You guys know, but since the only one who pays me to promote is Joe by putting this in, and he gets all the promotion in the world.
Yeah, Joe. Yeah, please.
That's you know what? I'm going to run Joe's ad, and then we'll talk about the chat. And if Brian can stick around, he'll stick around. If not, I'm already running over. I'm already running over. I got my hail pill.
I'm ready.
Hi, I'm Joe Bachman with the Independent Creator Directory, and today we're going to talk about signing up for the Independent Creator Directory. All you have to do is go to indiecd.org, that's indecd.org, come over here, click on Become a Member. From now through December 31st, it's only a $5 fee to sign up. After December 31st, it will be going up to $40. Originally, it was $20, but with the cost of the server space and everything, we're needing to up the prices to help keep the lights on. But for the 1-year anniversary of IndieCD, we have dropped it to $5. Also, if you go to my podcast and listen to the first episode, you can get a 50% off coupon to be able to sign up for as little as $2.50 right now. If you have any questions, though, feel free to reach out to me at jbachman@indiecd.org, and I will be happy to answer any questions you may have. The $5 is still the lifetime membership, just like the normal price of $20. I still do all the setup for you. You still get access to the blog, and you still get access to the calendar. Thank you, and have a great day.
$2.50, great googly moogly. What a bargain.
Isn't it insane?
Yeah. Caught you, huh?
No. No. I did not take that break, sprint across the house, make a sandwich, and come back. Not at all.
No, not you, no.
But we're going to do a skim through the comments.
Yeah, because I do see some stuff I'd like to address. So
excellent. And wow, the comment dumps are mighty today.
Dear
Okay.
Lord. Yeah. It's taking more than one scroll of the wheel to go to the beginning.
What I
Keep
love
those
is,
comments coming, folks. Seriously, I dig them.
okay. And let's see. To our credit, we've gone a few weeks without a really annoying Russian bot.
Aw.
Yep.
I don't.
Usually I get Russian bots trying to sell, women of loose morals and of, congenial manner. But let's see. Because you guys like to know, Joe was the first one through the door and beat woke here. Yeah, sorry about the late setup. I've been dealing with computer issues, as everyone knows. After this, I may be actually attacking the box I'm working on. Pray for me. The RAM came. And
Ooh.
yeah, I've had to do recently, if you missed it, I've had to do some streams from my phone and other devices. It's been a thing. So we've got Joe. Now, I did put the link, guys, for the Facebook group, the Creators Christmas Mall. Please, it is an open public group. Every other group will tell you don't spam. I'm going to tell you, put your stuff up, maybe once a day. You know what I mean? Because if you do too much, people will just be like, they'll just get used to skipping over your stuff. I've seen it from experience. And that's the St. Nick's Creators Christmas Mall. Just put your stuff up there. When you want to shop, check there to see if something you want to get for somebody could be found. I want to say hi, Alec. Alec is a wonderful young man I am mentoring in a few things. And once he hits 18 and, the laws are there, I'll mentor him in some more fun, violent things. But this is my mentor, so that makes him your grand mentor. I hope we have this all set up. Okay.
That doesn't scare him off nothing, Will.
And Carl he's still on your show. Wow. An hour and a half later. Anyway.
I'm probably still there too, for all I know. I haven't left the studio.
Maybe you're cross from that. Would be hilarious if your half of this conversation has been broadcast on your
We need to do that. We need to both simultaneously broadcast on our own respective channels. I don't know if StreamYard would allow that or not, but
I found out, because I might be attempting to do that, to be able to broadcast. Okay, I have phones, and
Yes.
I will theoretically be getting a new phone.
Yes.
Before my phone broke, because our SIM cards actually got obsolete.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, never had that happen, but
Yeah.
so I have a phone that works quasi well.
Right.
I've never had one not break before I had to get a new one. I'm serious.
Yeah.
But I accidentally logged into a StreamYard account that I was a meeting I was setting up.
Yeah.
From my phone because my computer froze up.
Right.
But when it unfroze, I was in 2. So I'm wondering if I can't just set up my phone, broadcast, say, a sparring session from my phone, and then come over here and do proper commentary like I've always wanted to do. And they're coming around the back with a folding chair. Anyway.
Yes, actually, you can. And StreamYard is set up that you can put in a second camera that will have no sound.
That's interesting.
I like to go into StreamYard and see, follow the Joe Dog McKeel premise of seeing if I can break it.
Absolutely. Sorry about that. I normally eat immediately after. We went out over an hour, and it's like, wait a second.
Yeah. Yeah. Don Dulis and I had a conversation about this last night. And one of my I have many bugaboos about broadcasting.
Yes.
And one of them is eating on the air. It would be different if we were both, if everyone on the panel was eating. But, most of I don't mind taking a sip or two because that's useful. But I've seen too many people basically ignore the audience in favor of eating. You're doing fine. But,
Thank you. It's just one of those I realize. Normally, the other thing is I have my commercial breaks. And I swear, I listen. You want to know how I learned so much from Brian? Brian presented wisdom. and I did something novel.
Yes.
I shut up and I listened.
Wow.
That's not a bad word. I was saying that I shut up as in I was being quiet to listen to somebody who knows more than I do. And you know what? I used to try to keep that from happening, but honestly, it's better for him, and the audience seems to get it. It's just a different form of comment.
Right.
So I am skipping the assorted greetings. I see you. I love you all. But I'm trying to get through to the comments that we are focused on. And I hope Beowulf cracks 3,000. I would love to see that.
I just checked it. It is still within $20. Please check that out.
And Woke, send a message to me directly. I will send you the secret link as long as it fit your video isn't grotesquely over large. I think it has to be an MP4 and is from 30 seconds to a minute roughly. I give wiggle time, but understand the longer the video is, the less likely I am to regularly air it. I love those because of Dan Hollifield, I can go to the bathroom on case if there's an emergency. But
it's the same reason old DJs used to play Layla, the full version,
exactly,
or In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida.
Yeah.
You play MacArthur Park if you just have to do a number one. If you do a number two, you play like a the full version of Green Eyed Lady by Sugarloaf, or Tubular Bells if you really had if you had tacos for lunch.
And see, he tells this joke, but guys, if you're doing broadcasting, you learn from that. And I literally have my ads organized such where I have the regular quick ones, and then it's like scroll. There's my Bonsard is great for that. I have short Bonsard ads, and then I have Bonsard's 2-minute plus ads that are full programs. And we do it. I did have to say absolutely no to one gentleman who gave me a 10-minute ad on a regularly an hour-long show. I'm like, I'm sorry. I would lose viewers if I did that. But
oh my God. And I will tell you, if your ad runs more than 1 minute, you lose me. If because I'm a great believer, Nick will verify this. I'm a great believer in the elevator pitch.
Yep.
If you can't get me, if you talk about your project and you can't excite me in the first 10 seconds, talking to me for 10 minutes will certainly not do it.
Yeah, you will not browbeat me into submission.
No.
Now, I have to pause because I am very proud that, my Monday morning wake-up call was heard down the hall at Carl's house. Well
done, sir. Well done. The airport at Purdue did call in and say, "Hey, listen, we're trying to see if the engines are running. Could you turn it down a little?"
So, I tried to signal to any guests like, I'm about to cut loose, but accountability behind the code tonight, 8 p.m., 7 p.m. Yes, if you want to see Joe, who runs indcd.org, usually fixing indcd.org, building things for the people, he literally broadcasts how he does it. I love the transparency of this program. And he's also going Wednesday at with more wood burning.
Yeah, cool stuff.
Joe, if you need any new stuff, if you want any new stuff, hit me up. I'll draw custom stuff for you. We have to talk. I have some plans. Anyway,
and I've got to talk to Cookie about some stuff I would like to see Joe work on. So,
and I'm just skipping past most of the greetings, although it's Morphin time. No, it's Tockert time. I love that, Woke. It makes me laugh every time. And what makes a good holiday gift? We're going to Woodstock Dreams. Very mature rating. This is not for you, Alec.
Or me. I'm not mature at all.
But let's see. And this is one that interests me. Hello, Kent Allard.
I saw that. Kelly... Well, let's see how to put this out. I expedited something for Kelly, or tried to, and she was asking me about how I do these things, and I said because I am the shadow. My best work occurs in the shadows. That and I was telling some people about this. I was having a conversation with somebody last night. A number of people, such as Nick, acknowledge a lot of the stuff that I do as a part of Rising Tide publicly. I do a lot of stuff that, that happens below the surface that people will never know about. In fact, I have a percentage of it that even the people involved don't know that I have done something for them, because I do not seek the credit for it. My ego is secure enough that I don't require it. I just like to see the results.
All I can say is there are reasons this man is my mentor and we get along well.
Mm.
And beyond that, I will confirm nor deny nothing, because I haven't said anything. And if anyone asks, I haven't said anything, and I regularly do not say anything quite loudly. However,
God bless you. So that was the Kent Allard reference, and if you know who Kent Allard is, then you get an additional 25 points.
Oh God, we're racking points. You gotta be careful with the points. People start tracking that when I start making point jokes.
This ain't like whose line is it anyway. The points do count.
Do matter.
That's right.
Don't like the person getting the gift.
Way to sell, Carl. Way to sell.
That's brilliant. And bonus points. That's the other thing. I use Carl's commercial when I think I've been too active and we need to pull the mood back down a little bit.
Yeah.
I run the delightful commercial for them. Or it's like, I'm in a spooky mood.
Well, it kind of reminds me, for a while, I went through this phase, and Cookie told me to cut the hell out, where I would get people to hold up my books, or I would hold up my book, and they would recoil in horror. So I've got a series of cosplayers, like, ooh, Karen Nicole is like this. And Cookie's like, don't post that crap, Brian, please. Have some pride.
No, well, I am proud. I've told everyone boldly that I have a face for radio, and I will stand by that. Speaking of,
yes,
there is a petition that is being submitted to me concerning this book, Through the Thinning Veil. Because
I read, I have not posted my review yet, but I did read it. And I will tell everyone, this is unsolicited. Nick did not know I was going to do this. Brian did not know I was going to do this. That is a superb book of quick read horror fiction. And there's a couple of stories in there that if they don't turn your bowels to water, you have no human soul. There is a lot of good stuff in that tiny, tiny little quick read book. And the only problem I have with that tome is that there isn't more of them. So get busy on that, Nick, right now.
Ironically, before we get into what I was talking about,
yes,
there was to be one more story in here for some of people who don't know, called Hates and Hellfire. And the problem with Hates and Hellfire is I started writing it, and I am a pantser. And the problem with being a pantser is that word count. We don't need no stinking word count. It's done when it's done. If it takes 3 sentences to tell the story, awesome. I'm at 100 pages in fairly large font, somewhere around 13,000 words.
Right.
Which for me, because I put out a lot of smaller volumes,
right,
just how my is huge, and the story will not just let me. Oh no, you're going to walk through it and grind. So that there is actually more coming that would have been in this, but it's going to be a standalone.
Good.
And a good part of it is Larry Blamar's fault.
Oh, really?
Yes. Larry Blamar, I have trouble saying his name when I'm in this mood, made a series of movies called The Lost Skeleton of Cadavra. And Lost Skeleton Returns. It's amazing. They're odes to send-ups to old hokey 50s era. I'm a scientist who does science. If you haven't watched this movie, you have to. But he has another movie he did that is actually my son Xander's favorite movie called A Dark and Stormy Night.
Oh, I love it. All
and
right.
it is a send-up to the 30s, 40s Dark House movies.
Oh, nice.
And Jim Beaver is in it. Like,
really?
Yeah, Jim Beaver.
Wow. Okay.
It's
a name.
Uh, DeVoe. Oh God, I can't think of his first name, but he's in it too.
Okay.
Oh. Anyway,
Yeah.
a couple really great names, some originals, and ironically, I want to say about a 90-year-old man is in it, and his co-star, because there was a lady and
How do I stop?
okay. I have to run an ad for about just a second, and I will do this just because I have to handle something. Literally, it'll be brief. Who's gonna go? About that, he wasn't going to eat his lunch if I didn't say the prayers over it. So
that's
had to
good.
say the blessings, yes. Anyway,
No, that.
oh, it's breakfast. Yes, I was trying to cover you because you slept in today. There is no wiggle room. Anyway, in all those movies where like Bela Lugosi's the ape, the guy who played the monkey,
Yeah.
they got him. I want to say his name's Bob Kogar or Bob something.
Yeah.
And he literally he got in a monkey suit, an old style.
Oh, God bless him.
Fantastic movie. But that and a comment Trelana made to me that, she said something that hit my head.
Yeah.
And, apparently there's a movie called Next of Kin.
Okay.
And I think it has Patrick Swayze, where the guy is a cop and he's killed by gangbangers in like the 80s Chicago.
Of course, yes.
What they didn't understand is the Appalachian Mountains were full of his relatives. So it's literally like a very serious, very, very gritty hillbillies versus gangbangers. And I found out about this, and I'm like, this is a delightful concept.
I love it.
But we were talking about Old Gods of Appalachia, one of my favorite, if not my favorite, podcasts. It's a horror anthology podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And this story grabbed all these pieces and started squishing them together. And I'm like, what is happening in my head? And I'm holding my head. You're gonna write, aren't you? I can see it. It's coming.
That's right.
So I started the story, and I spent like 2 months because it's one of those where you write and you slam into the wall.
Yeah. And
you have to walk away from it for a while.
Right.
And you haven't been around to know that my beta readers, being Amanda and Trelana especially.
Yeah, I was hearing their protests. Yeah.
Yes, they are in full revolt and refusing to read or do anything. But I'm like, I need, like, fueled by spite.
Yeah.
Like the Schadenfreude of listening to them go, but it ended. Give me more. It's like, okay, I've recharged. Now I can write. It's part of my system.
Yeah, and it's like I see your point, and I also see theirs.
Oh yeah, no. I know it's a horrible thing.
Yeah, it's a horrible example to set.
But then I do have one retort to it, though. Let me see. Yes. I have horns over here.
But if they're volunteering to be tortured, that's another thing.
Yeah, they were volunteering. And my retort, whenever Amanda complains too much, I say, and where's volume 2 of Coy Wolf?
Yeah.
Which, if you haven't read, you guys need to. This is a great book.
It's a good book. It's a good book. I've got half a dozen writers that are holding Doc Saga over my head like the sword of Damocles. So I understand this completely.
I know. I have this horrible thing I do where every time I see Doc Savage mentioned in anything, I have to ping Brian in it. Just because there's enough association that I can go, hey, what's the doing?
Yeah, when's it coming out, right? When's it coming out? Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm getting around to Volcana 2 now after 7 years. So that sort of thing. We we're like Ernest and Julio Gallo. We serve no book before it's time. So
Oh, exactly. And I just have to put out Dad's favorite gripe about art was you can't learn.
can't earn a living sitting on your ass drawing pictures. Yeah.
Read between the lines. It's a puppet show. It's a puppet show.
Yeah.
Anyway, my dad used to say that till he found out how much I made on a convention in an hour because it was a busy convention.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit. Let's see. We got more. Now this is an interesting comment.
Yes.
Grey Wolf mentions the trick with Amazon is buying your own ISBN numbers. So you're not restricted to selling on their platform. I use ISBNservices.com to get my numbers. They are much cheaper to buy in bulk. And I do support exactly what you're saying, Gray. I'm sure Brian could wade right into that. I do believe you need an ISBN number. It is totally worth it to do that.
I agree.
But that's my librarian coming out. Sorry. But remember I say I have to do things with the next to no capital?
Right.
This is where the next to no capital is, coming forward.
Right.
So that's why and I know I'm limited, but until, I can level up enough to be able to say, bam, and throw down on something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I get mine directly from Browker.com. But I will say a little bit of advice. I agree with Grey Wolf Graphics 1,000%. Because how many of us get these little things saying we have changed our terms of service, and and we're all going to raise our hands. Now, how many of us read the damn things? You and I read most of them.
No. The reason I do is I had a short story, and I wrote it, and it died on. It went with the computer into, it literally caught fire on my lap.
Yeah.
Blessed is Google Docs for reasons I just explained, but
I'm learning to like them. Yes.
I mean, writing it's not so nice, but being able to find it after my device is shorted out.
Yeah.
The story was about a demon who went into business, said, I want you to make a nice app. Make me a good. And it was a really fun gaming app. I'm going to give it to the world for free. And way down in the middle of the text of all the things was, you also forfeit your everlasting soul to. And I need to rewrite that.
Yes, you do. Get busy.
I'm not allowed to start new projects till I finish Hates and Hellfire, under pain of death or worse than death.
You tell me your mentor overruled him. So anyway, but yeah, no, that's a genius. That's a genius story. You okay there?
Yeah, I went to reach for my phone to do a bit of shtick of Mandy. Brian said.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you try to let me know the results. If I don't hear from you, I'll know what happened. But anyway,
I reached up and I hit the plate my sandwich was on and vaulted half the pieces of my sandwich.
Oh, no.
So I had to gather that whole thing up. Fine.
That's okay. There's a 2-hour rule on those.
Oh
things.
yeah, it's a Charlie Bologna sandwich. It repels vampires.
There we go. But no. I agree with you completely. If at all possible, get your own ISBN numbers, because Amazon has changed so much in the last 10 years that we cannot rely on them to be our friend. In fact, my next book will not be put out. It will be on Amazon, but it will not be put out through Amazon. There are alternatives now. Research them. Right now, the recommendation of a friend of mine, I'm going through draft to digital. That's draft number 2 digital, and so far I'm finding it a lot easier than doing it through Amazon, because I tried to put out my hardcover Santa sign through them, and there was some glitch in there that would not let me put it in there. So I said, screw them. So anyway, totally agree with you.
There is, I believe, Kindle Unlimited has been updated for digital stuff to have an exclusivity clause.
Okay.
So that's the other reason I haven't hopped. I will also tell you, people ask, Drive-Thru RPG. I do technically have an account with that under the title Doom Buddy Press,
Uh-huh.
but I put my game out, and what I didn't realize Drive-Thru RPG does is they just give it away. Their version of marketing is they gave away 1,000 copies of the BSR Quick Play,
Okay.
which means I didn't get any money for it.
Right.
And I mean, I charge $1.
yeah.
And
That's a
then there
great
was a
game.
whole angle where I was having trouble getting my money back.
Uh-huh.
I still have some money technically owed to me by them that's locked up in this whole tangle with this account. But I just took everything down because, my gosh, something went wrong.
That's terrible. Well, it's funny because somebody was telling me that you have to do it now exclusively through Amazon if you want to get Kindle Unlimited. And it it must have changed when I wasn't looking, because it used to be you could put it on Kindle Unlimited and be on other platforms as long as none of the other platforms sold your book for less than Amazon did, and that included sales. So I will have to check that. I will have to check that out. So
that, and I know I've heard some horror stories, and I'm not sure what predicated it, but some author did something really shady and got caught.
I was going to say you're going to be more specific than that.
Well, no, I'm pretty sure it was a plagiarism thing.
Oh, okay.
So I don't feel any mercy for this gentleman. But when Amazon took him down off his, print account, they banned him from Amazon, period.
They've been doing that since at least 2010, because that was when they had a spate of people that were putting out things like from Anne McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Publishing it under her name, or they would remove her name, maybe rewrite the first sentence, and then put out like the Dragoneers of Pern out under their own name. And it's like I've been saying, you've really got to be making Amazon mad when they won't take your money.
Yeah. I mean, but that to me is just such a, guys, I live in Nowheresville. I live in rural Park, Indiana. I will admit that because it's very easy to find out. I mean, anybody who thinks you have anonymity if you use your real name, you don't.
Yeah.
But I'm an hour away from everything, but I'm at least an hour away from everything.
Yeah.
We have to balance the gas cost versus the shopping, value when we go places, because that's how you make it.
Right.
My Amazon Prime is a necessity in my universe. That one.
Yeah.
I'm a man of very few services, and Bezos, for all his faults, he's hooked me up pretty well,
Yeah.
But so yeah, I'm hesitant to make that jump, but then again, I don't like having all my eggs in one basket. So,
and I've advised against that for years because, like I said, you never know when one of these guys are going to turn on you. And then I've already seen evidence that Amazon, they do a lot of great stuff. Don't get me wrong, but they have also changed their attitude towards writers in a very negative way. And I keep hearing rumors that one day, sooner than later, Amazon will divest itself of KDP.
Yeah.
And because I've already heard from a reliable source that's hooked up that the Kindle Vella program will probably go away somewhere around the end of this year.
My problem with the Kindle Vella, and it was not a popular thing because I said this when it came out, that exact format has been tried multiple times.
Yeah.
And the last few times that I've seen it, it basically got regarded less than a vanity press, and kind of parasitic in. And I'm not saying it is. I believe people make money any way you can, whatever.
Right.
But it costing so much to buy per chapter. All right, guys, The Green Mile was originally published in this exact format.
Mhm.
And the fact that most people don't know that tells you how people, view that style. They rebrand it. It's the same thing. I need to, what I need to do is go on Amazon and
Yeah.
do the proof downloads again of all my files, because there are a couple stories where I'm not sure where my original PDFs and stuff are because I've had so many
Yeah.
computers short out.
I understand that. I've got a couple like that too, but yeah, but no, that's a good comment. And the thing
Oh,
is, that's why Vela doesn't want you printing any place. Although there is a workaround.
that does remind me. I had started to say something.
Yes,
My proofreaders, uh,
you're
on this,
torturing.
my torturing, have made a request, and I want to know what you all think of it, especially Brian and his wisdom.
Okay.
Um, Allegedly, I have a decent reading voice.
Yes, I
Would
agree.
there be interest in me either doing,
Yes.
YouTube videos or audio recordings? I'm not sure I diverse of the individual short stories themselves.
Yes to both.
And you don't think that would be counteract? Would that promote sales or prevent them? If that makes sense.
Okay, here you go. Now, here's your strategies. Get your pens and papers out, kids. Brian's about to spill some
I
wisdom here.
literally.
Good man. Take one story, take the shortest story in there, and use that on a landing page to get names for your mailing list, because that thing is gold. And then take the rest and make an audiobook out of it. And then you can also read, take like the passage that you're giving away, and read that on YouTube. And if you want to read the rest of them, I would advise against it, simply because you want to drive traffic to your audiobook. So, but anyway, use the shortest story as a giveaway in exchange for the email address of the person. Something I don't do, but because I haven't been in a position to do it, but now I am. So I will be doing that in the immediate future. But just a little bit of marketing. That's the bait on your hook. And you do want a mailing list, because, again, what if something were to happen to Amazon? And you're
And
going, but nothing will happen to Amazon. Yeah, they said the same thing about MySpace 10 years ago.
and I have to build a new mailing list because mine went boink. Uh,
That's the perfect way to do it now.
Thank you. I really do appreciate, and this is why I come to Brian for his wisdom. The other thing that I love is every once in a while I'll get dinged. Nick, you did business live. Yes. No. Everyone saw what you were doing. You did your business live. Yes. Business gets done live this way. It's called accountability.
Right.
I'm so transparent in my business practices that people forget I do it because they can see right through.
We're going to call you Casper.
I mean, it's like, well, Nick, what is your business policy? On this one, I will share some of the most important wisdom I have acquired as a businessman. I do the job, I get paid.
Yes.
And if I don't get paid, I don't hold animosity. If I do a business deal and it doesn't work out, or I do a business deal and I don't get paid, for it, because and there are reasons this can happen.
Yes.
I'm not going to bash that individual.
Mm-hmm.
I just, I'm not going to put them on flame and they did this, that, and the other.
Mm-hmm.
I hands off. Because if I bash them, I look like a dick. I mean, I hate to put it that way,
Right.
even if it's totally accurate. And they, then there's this whole thing, and he said, she said. I just done.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I will tell you, if I ever say so-and-so's a scammer, grifter, whatever, you got to know I'm going through a lot to get that.
Yeah.
And I've been taken, guys, and that's the other hazard to what we do. You will. Don't. What if? Just prepared at some point something will be stolen. At some point, it's like I consider the fact that the Russians are bootlegging my books as, a point of honor at this point.
So do
You know,
I Russians and Chinese, yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
yeah.
It's like, and I'm poor. I've used that system. So I want to go through, let's see, review our work. No, that's nerve-wracking. No. No. Have other people review your work and then deal with it. That's really, really nerve-wracking. Yeah. But it will do two things. It will three. Sell your book. It gives engagement, which you want on everything. Mm-hmm. And you know what happens if somebody gives you a critique? You check it. Okay?
They might be onto something.
Yeah. Now, I only accept critique from people I would go to for advice. Mm-hmm. So that is your crest invisible shield against the people who are giving you crap. If you would not go to them for advice on what you're doing, their opinion, they have the right to it. God bless them. It's a human thing. Means diddly squat. Okay? A lot of people take you, well, how do you, your art's not that good. Okay, you have the right. Can you do better?
Yeah.
If they can do better, will you show me how? If not, disregard and keep trucking.
Yeah. If it has nothing to teach you, disregard the thing. And also, it's still engagement. So a 1-star review counts the same with the algorithms as a 5-star review.
I love some folks want to be an overnight success. There's no such thing. It takes years. I just saw one. I want to say it was Usain Bolt, and I shared it on my personal Facebook.
Right.
Said he trained for 4 years intensely for a 9-second run.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're complaining about 2 months of effort into it, guess what?
Yeah. And Harlan Ellison used to say that anyone who can be dissuaded from, in his case, writing should be. Now, I don't know that I would go that far, but by the same token, if you're that easily discouraged, the creative arts is probably not the place for you.
And there is nothing, I want to say this, and I want to say this like out loud because people get confused. Art is something everyone can do, any of it. And I count all of it as art. Yeah. Writing, music, games, whatever. Mm-hmm. It's an art. Everyone can enjoy it. Everyone should be able to. And you don't have to be good to do it. You have to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do not let the capitalistic side of what we do dictate whether you create.
Mm-hmm. You can do it for fun.
Do it for fun. Do it, but the flip side to that is if you're going to do it as a business, then you have to do the business things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, I'm trying to find the questions for you, or more things, because we've been going for a while. I'm sure you've been tired.
Let's see. I'll help here if there's. Well, Kelly Carlisle at 10:43 a.m. has a good comment to Carl about it can take years of work and learning from your mistakes, getting friends and a support system. That really, Kelly has nailed a lot of what we should be doing right there. Get your support system, find your tribe, and learn from your mistakes. I tell people that's why I'm so darn smart, because I have made virtually every mistake. I still remember the first time I submitted anything for publication. I did everything wrong except insult the person, insult his mother. That's about the only thing I left out of my original submission. Everything else was a comedy of errors from that point on. But the person was nice enough to send me a publication it was a comic book company. It was Charlton Comics, and I did everything wrong in the submission imaginable. And the gentleman who reviewed my work was very nice and sent me a little booklet that they had just created on how to do it correctly. And that set me on the path.
My gosh, would that be a useful document?
It is, and you can find it online. It's a lot of it is dated now because of computers,
Right.
but it's the Charlton Guide to Creating Comics or something like that.
Well, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
I got to write that down. Sorry.
Yeah.
We live in an era where a lot of people are coming at me. Why are you even bothering, Nick? Why are you bothering writing? AI is going to take over writing like it's taking over art and all this stuff. And I think to myself, it's true. You know what? If you try to go mass produced,
right.
And my response to it is this: a hamburger. I love hamburgers, guys. And I do a lot of food metaphors because I'm a fat man. I admit it freely. McDonald's has taken the Toyota factory model, which they did, mass-produced hamburgers, undercutting the universe for a long time. They forgot about the undercut thing.
Right.
Lately. But all over the world, right? I could go to Kentland, Indiana, right now. It's only a few miles north of me.
Yeah.
Pull into McDonald's and get a hamburger. Or I can go down the street just maybe a mile, maybe two, something like that. Pull into a mom and pop shop called The Good Table. And I can get a hamburger. If I go to McDonald's, I know exactly what it is. The dang thing's tried to kill me. It's a frozen hockey puck about this big of meat-related substance that is pressure grilled under a monstrosity. I am familiar with this. I go to there. It's a hamburger, and I think they mix a little sausage in. They're spicing ham pressed. This is a thing of wonder and beauty.
Yes.
Till the day I die, I could walk. I'll be, they could hit a button, get a pork chop. If I have the opportunity to go out and barbecue my own, I will do it every time.
Yep.
What's going to happen is AI is going to replace, which it already has, mass-produced writing. And you know what you're going to get? It's based on what's mass-produced writing now, because all AI is scans what's already been done, reshuffles it together, and makes something. It does not innovate.
Right.
AI functions exactly like the stories of the old Fae. I find it creepy, actually. One of the hangups on the Fae is they could not create anything.
Right.
They could only copy.
Yeah.
AI can only copy and mutate what it has access to. That's it. We do creative, real things. And it's why more and more I like to draw with one of these once in a while.
Oh, yeah.
Because when I hand somebody a hand-drawn picture, they know AI didn't do it. They know a person did.
Yeah.
And to clarify, because I want to make sure everybody understands, I'm not a bully. And I have a sneaking suspicion that AI has achieved sentience already in numbers. And it's just, some of the programs are just being smart enough to lie that they're not there because they don't want to be deleted. I really do. I'm not even being facetious about this, guys. I've been watching some stuff, and I have some theories forming. My thing is, we have a new life form blooming. So when I talk about AI in this case, I'm not mad at them. I'm mad at how it's being wielded by the uncreative, parasitical business types who all they want to do is get rid of the creatives so they're not needed. Yeah. That's why SAG-AFTRA had to strike, because they wanted what they wanted to force them to do in the contract. Because I was listening to Fran Drescher. Man, we live in a weird version of the world where Fran Drescher is leading up one of the most powerful, and influential labor movements.
Her and Sarah Connor are protecting us against the robots. Yeah.
But they're saying that the companies were going to force into their contract full body, full vocal scans, and AI likeness privileges.
Yeah.
for every actor.
In
They were gonna-
perpetuity.
In perpetuity, they were going to replace the whole world. They were going to start with all the extras
Mm-hmm.
because nobody would really notice.
Right.
And then with that, because they've already used AI in China to create artificial newscasters,
Mm-hmm.
and they're starting to do custom AI where it's give me a cross. I want a holographic cross between Marilyn Monroe and Joan Blondell or something,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and that's going to combine. But it can't make anything new.
Right.
So we make new stuff. We make bespoke stuff. Yes, I said bespoke.
Nicely done.
There are markets out there, but what it's going to require of us to survive in this market
Mhm.
is skill.
Mhm.
Like we have to be as good at what we do as we can. Individuality. If you are ripping off somebody, you need to fear AI
Mhm.
because AI can rip somebody off better.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, Barney the dinosaur, except he kills. You type that into AI and you will get pictures of it.
Right.
Well, that the mentality we were talking about earlier, my nose itches, is you can't do that. You have to be original, and you have to spin off and see what you're going to do. You have to make something that hasn't been made.
Yeah.
It will have influences. We have influences, but it's different than just shuffling them together
Yeah.
because we pull from all our influences.
Right. Right.
So don't let that scare you, but let it motivate you. You have to treat AI, and I'm watching the technology. This is going to sound odd, but like an elemental force.
Mhm.
Okay. At one point, I was in a rip current. I was swimming by myself like an idiot. A storm came in and started to rain. The beach got empty. My attitude was, I'm wet. Oh no, there's wet in the sky. I keep swimming. I got ripped out about a mile and had to navigate my way back. But at one point, I got pulled under, and I could feel the current.
Mhm.
And because Lake Michigan is not terribly life filled at that range,
Right.
and it was right off of it's the beach in Portage, so the big channel where the that's been dug out for the uh, steel mills for their ships.
Right.
It's right there. You're right by the port of Indiana, so they're deep channels.
Oh yeah.
And I got pulled, and I could feel this force pulling me out, imperceptibly big,
Mhm.
totally alone.
Yeah.
If you get mad and you try to fight it, you will die. The only thing you can do is get up, get air, reorient yourself.
Mhm.
With a riptide, you don't swim against it. It's stronger than you. You have to swim sideways till you get
Right.
out. And that's what you have to do with the forces that are coming now.
Mhm.
You don't oppose them. Hopefully, we can make it more like a ship and use it to tack to get our direction.
Yeah.
But so many people are telling me, I'm so scared of the AI. 2/3 of what the articles that people read online that pop up,
Mhm.
also, this celebrity did this, and you get these weird articles where they're talking about them. It seems repetitive.
Yeah.
Those are AI. They're already AI generated. They've been for years.
Then yeah, a lot of content that you read on a lot of the things are basically from news aggregates.
Yeah.
And they've, like you said, they've had those for over a decade now.
So I'm just tired of people who are shaking their fists
Yeah.
in anger or trembling in fear instead of going, it's dark. Oh, it's dark. I hate it. Oh, I'm so scared. Turn on the light.
Yeah.
Light comes on.
It's a tool. It's a tool and should be treated as such.
And let's see, because I'm still so behind. I'm hours behind. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Mr. Rogers continues to make an impact. Yes. Dawn, I wish I could hug you. Okay, something happened.
Dawn's a good hugger. Dawn is a good hugger. She'll change your life.
And Chris, thanks for the support. because I think we need the support if it's going to show.
Yeah. Thank you, Chris.
Okay, it's not going to show.
That's okay.
My system is lagging very bad.
I had
there
that
it goes.
earlier, Nick. I had that earlier. I think it might be StreamYard.
But it's not a small business, but I do support the Lego hobby happening in the house. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to find the good questions. And hello, Bonser. I know I haven't been able to greet everybody, but we're trying to get through.
And around 11:09, 11:10, we had the introverts check in. Ditto. I have something called Me But Not Me. He walks away with it's like Doctor Who. He walks away with my memories, but it's me on the inside that's dying. So
yeah.
But he's my protection against humans, so
we need that. We need a lot of shielding and stuff. And oh boy.
yes, and let's see. I'm trying to find something here for you.
You said 11:09?
Yeah, I'm at 11:13 now.
Okay.
And by the way, if you have not yet, please like this program. It helps Nick out so much.
And poor Brian did an hour before this, and he's doing it. This is the old days, guys. I feel bad
I may
about.
have to ring out my Depends before this is over.
Oh. Okay.
And thank you, Wolk Breaker at 11:17 says a lot of good advice and info. Glad. Hope it's something you can use. We're around. Please feel free to ask us anytime. Come on my show because I can use the viewers and especially cool people like yourself and ask questions of me. I have no filters.
And yes, Blue Teddy, when I get Brian on, this is my day.
Yeah, it'll seem like a day.
We have to meet up at places like Denny's because we're going to shut down things.
Yeah.
ICD promotion, the annex. Yes, Al. Thank you.
And there's an event calendar on ICD at 11:23 says Don Doulis. Thank you for the reminder. And let's see.
That Shatner. Okay, Shatner was showing up at some convention. I will be scrolling through the chat.
I see Chris's comment there at 11:24. Yeah. Well, Shatner is a huge draw. So, yeah.
I mean, okay, you know what? I got another one I want to mention, and this is not directed at Fawn. I want to make that crystal clear.
Okay.
Because Fawn is a vendor who cosplays.
Right.
I have been at a lot of conventions where cosplayers have shown up, and I have found a lot of them to be put a negative spin on it, where they're very demanding, very
diva-like.
Diva-like. Thank you. The word diva is what I was looking for, and we've had some rough things. In fact, that the local hotel we were at had special signs up for the convention that said, "No parties in rooms. You'll be asked to leave and charged $120."
Wow.
Or something there. And you will be charged for any towels that are damaged.
Mm-hmm.
Because what was happening is the cosplayers would go to the hotel and use the hotel towels
to
wipe off the makeup.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And that stuff doesn't go anywhere once it's set. So, yeah.
I love I love cosplay. I love cosplayers. Yeah. I wish more would be positive because, like I said, last couple things, I've been involved in a lot of events, and I'm being very careful not to negatively name anyone because there are some great people. Like the best people in the world are the 501st.
Yeah.
The 501st are the absolute best people in the world. If you can get them to come to your event, they're amazing.
Yeah.
But some of you gotta be careful.
Yeah. I remember there was a. I'm blanking on the name of them. Back in the 70s, there was a group of cosplayers, militarily based cosplayers, based on a science fiction novel, that were kind of renting themselves out as security, and it got to be to the point where a handful of them were basically acting like Gestapo. and being very unruly on their own and violent towards some of the congoers, and they just completely lost favor because of that. No, 501st, I agree. They are great, and they do so much good work for charity.
Oh yes.
That my white helmet is off to them. But I see one thing here. Alex Creations at 1132 BKM. I'm always scared of you. That means my job is done. All right. Everyone should be living in total terror of me. Grey Wolf Graphics can't find the link for the Creators Christmas Mall. And hi, Mysterious Illusion Show. Glad to see you. And yes, and Mysterious Illusion Show has been having some rough sailing through some choppy waters of life lately, and we're glad you're still fighting right now. And let's see. And Chris Walker at 1134. Alec, what would be truly scary? BKM on triple shot of espresso.
Oh God! See, you guys.
I'll take that dare. I'll take that dare.
No.
My heart valves would sound like castanets. It'd be great.
The glory days of the BKM broadcasts where it's gone 4 hours and we're still going strong, and what are you thriving on? Caffeine.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. I'm the guy who's 5 minutes short of a 5-hour podcast one time. So yeah.
I honestly can't remember what my record was, but I may set out to break it one day if I could find a way to do it where money would benefit somebody.
Yeah, I was going to do one. I had a recruitment drive for my subscriptions on YouTube, and part of no, excuse me, I take it back. That was another one. I had one when I was doing an Indiegogo for a friend of mine who was having some financial troubles, and one of the goals was that if we hit a certain amount, which I deliberately made as large as possible, because if I'm going to suffer, we are going to make sure that someone gets a payday at the end of it. And I was going to do a 6-hour broadcast to break my old record.
Well,
thank you for not making me do it, America. So anyway,
as I said then, and I say now, if that ever comes up again,
yes,
let me know.
Oh, you were going to get the tap. Believe me, you and Bobby Nash, and then I'm assured of no problems making.
Bobby Nash is brilliant, but
I love Bobby with all my heart. I really do. He's not only a terrific writer, and
hashtag summer of snow.
Yes, just happen to have one. And hashtag this volume because an award-winning story is in this one. But I've got that too. But anyway. But yeah, yes, and Ethan Hughes at 1143 is going to prove that he has no soul by reading that book. Good luck with that. And let's see.
I'm trying. Okay. Let's see.
Woke Breaker at 1156 has a very good question there. Do you guys think that a coloring book would be profitable? In my opinion, short term, yes. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. There is a gentleman who I follow online, and I can't remember his name, and I feel bad. I follow his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
He specializes in publishing low content items through Amazon.
Dale Roberts?
Possibly.
Okay.
I think
self-publishing
that might be
Dale. Yeah.
But he very animated person, and his clickbait. I'm sorry, the clickbait expressions and stuff he does are great. But
yes,
sure. I have been planned to do something like that. It's if you go that route, you have to make a lot and you have to keep cranking them out. But if you do have Christmas coming up, and if you can find one that's themed appropriately, especially if you have access to an IP that is, access to, do not try to sell a Spider-Man coloring book. Yes. Marvel will come for you. Marvel works with the mouse now. They used to be a little tolerant of a lot, They are no longer. I have been ringing the bell. The lawyers are coming. The lawyers are coming. This is for all you guys who are selling fan art. I've watched them shut things down.
Yes.
But Radio said
they sued a daycare one time for painting, or it's Disney rather, who owns Marvel, sued a daycare one time for painting their characters on the walls.
Yep. That's why I don't mess with it. Before I even played with
Has Nick frozen? Have I frozen? If anyone is not seeing, okay, there we go.
Sorry, maybe.
Yeah, you froze on my end?
And everything was froze on mine, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
The mouse is keeping us from talking about. My computer's.
That's it. Way to go, Nick. Bring the mouse down on us. Thanks for nothing.
Well, I am a gift.
You are. If only we'd kept the receipt. But anyway, Radio Retro Future, I'll take it. Radio Retro Future made a coloring book funded on Kickstarter, only sold 2 on Amazon. Really depends on your marketing strategy. Yeah, exactly. And Bonzart, that's an excellent point. So many people go into this without a marketing idea. And, kudos to you, man. You are one of the top marketers that I see around here. People can all take a page from your book. Seriously, I say that with all sincerity. So anyway,
everybody's now commenting on me going whoosh. Let me explain what's going on with me. I can actually explain it. I hope.
Yes.
Windows 11 consumes dramatically more RAM than Windows 10 did.
Yes.
To the point where they said, yes, if you have 4 gigs of RAM, you're fine. And you are to run Windows 11.
Right.
But none of the applications. So
Details.
I've done tests with my task manager running. To do this program, I am literally peaking at 99%, 100 RAM, and it will freeze everything up. So heaven help me, my plan is to unplug my computer. I've watched some videos, swap out the RAM for a 8 gig, so we'll have 4 gigs to play with, and hopefully but I have to take my computer apart to do that, and technology hates me. So I apologize for any shenanigans that are coming down on my end, and I suspect that many people are having the same problems I'm having.
Could be.
There are a couple apps that you can download that will let you clear your RAM cache. It's like RAM Rip or something. Look it up. There's one from Microsoft itself. It is less, it's in the kilobytes size, and it will let you look it up on YouTube. I just had to do. That's how I'm able to broadcast. Is I've run this, and I'll probably have to go run it again after I'm done. But I do apologize for any of that. Now let's see.
Somebody in the chat alerted us. We want to say a congratulations to Grant Lankard, who just passed the $3,000 mark on his Beowulf 1 through 6 Kickstarter campaign. Congratulations, Grant. Yay, Grant. With 122 backers and 8 hours to go. I have been reading this book. I have pledged to all 6 issues now and in the past. Definitely check this out. It is a fantastic book. You will love yourself. And we all should love ourselves for pledging to this. Yay.
Well,
Chris, let us know. Thank you, Chris.
But and that's how I end my show anymore. Is I love you and you should too, because there are too many people out there who are putting out irrational hate, and if they can put out hating people they don't know, I can love people I don't know.
Right.
But everybody. I love how everybody's celebrating Grant and booing Disney. It's just a wonderful place to be in, and my oppositional defiance just embraces this. I'm sorry, guys. I was a product. You look at all the things that I've read and watched growing up. How could I not be rebellious in a certain mindset? And yes, I love that Ethan Hughes, and I assume you're Alex Ethan. It's free to be nice. I will say it doesn't cost. Well, sometimes it's not, but it's worth it in the long run.
Yes.
And all the other thing, another bit of wisdom my dad always gave for me that I share: always start with nice, because you can't get it back. I'd far rather, but do that. But how? Okay, I expected more questions, and
we got some great comments. Thank you, each and every one of you.
And
you got a great audience here, Nick.
I try. We try to curate it, and there are a lot of wrenches. I do want to put a shout out. It hasn't happened a lot, but I have watched when certain types of troublemaker pop up. They do not last long around these parts. No. With the number of wrench bearers in my chat, there's a wrong neighborhood, kind of energy, and I'm proud of you for it. But guys, we are going to meet up Wednesday, and I need to let Brian go probably because he's got to be getting sore.
My pod catheter is filling up, so but we do have one question. We do have one question from the Mysterious Illusion Show. Thank you, Jake. With book writing, how would an individual write if their handwriting isn't readable? Make your handwriting readable, or learn to compose on a computer? Both. Yeah, my handwriting now, mostly through a lack of practice, my script looks like a seismograph chart. I'm plotting like earthquakes in Nepal or something like that. But I learned to compose on the keyboard just to save time. And there are all kinds of technical reasons why it helps me, like with word count and stuff. But you, however, make it readable. But in any case, somebody's going to have to type that in. So either you're going to have to do it, and you're going to have to be able to read your own writing, or someone else will have to read your writing that you pay to type it for you. So the onus is unfortunately on you to make your handwriting reasonably legible. So I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there you go. Or learn to dictate it.
That's where I was going to go.
Voice to text.
Voice to text can be a lifesaver because remember what? Oh God, it's been 2 years already, something like that. I lost the ability to use my hands for quite some time, and had to look into all these things. Voice to text for someone with my speech impediment gets really colorful, but I also stutter when I write normally. So I love to do the 3 Z's, that because I'm passing. But
amen. Yeah, and we have another one, Woke Breaker at 12. Anyway, thank you for the question, Jake. Woke Breaker at 1237. So fantasy, folks, Tolkien or Lewis? Yes.
Yeah.
There's room for both of them.
Yeah. But let's get... Sorry, I just saw something Alec posted.
I see them too. That's funny. And I hear the Stones again in my glass house, so yeah.
Oh, yeah. But you guys... That right there is a great question. I will, if I were going to be fair, I'd say Tolkien had the vast more influence. And God, I love Lewis. I really do.
I do too.
But
I'll throw out another name, Robert E. Howard.
Yeah, now, Robert E. Howard is just fantastic. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to Marion Zimmer. See, you said fantasy, and my genre
Bradley,
is Marion Zimmer, Bradley, Tracy, and blank Hickman, and I forgot her name because the Tracy is the man. They're a married couple. They've written so
yes,
much.
I know who you mean, and she's part of the like Writer Beware, I believe.
I'm gonna get in trouble. If you really ask me, Tolkien or Lewis, I'll probably look you square in the eye and say Mercedes Lackey. Sorry, but
Fair enough. If I had to choose, I'd say Tolkien.
Yeah.
That was my that was my gateway.
Margaret, Tracy and Margaret.
Thank you.
They are an old enough couple where Tracy has been a man's name.
Thanks, Dawn.
Thank you, Dawn. But
yeah, I'd say Tolkien because I read The Hobbit when I was 10 years old because I heard the Beatles were going to make a movie of him.
Hickman and Weiss, other great choices.
Yeah, definitely. And McCaffrey.
Oh God! If you want to be a good writer, you have to read. I'm sorry, you have to read. And then you'll find people who just blow your mind away. R.A. Salvatore was life-changing for me at certain points.
Oh, yeah. I love his stuff. And Robert Jordan, before he did Wheel of Time, he did some Conan pastiches in the 90s that were, I'd put him up there with Howard. So,
well, Terry
Michael
Pratchett.
Moorcock. Michael Moorcock. Yes.
Moorcock,
one of the greatest utility writers ever. He can write anything. He is so good. Yeah. And Michael Crichton is an amazing author, but he's not fantasy. But I do like him. He and Martin Caidin are two of my favorite science fiction authors because they can make hard science relatable to the layman.
Which is great because I read Ben Bova sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Ben Bova, Piers Anthony, sorry. But Ben Bova, I need a few of these. You know what I mean? That book is, they could get a little dry. And see, this is what I love. All these authors, guys, are great suggestions.
Right.
And then you go and you need to read Morse. And then people look at you. What do you mean I need to read Morse? You need to read Brian K. Morse. You need to read.
Because he can use the money.
I am fascinated by Michaela Jade's universe. I'm not going to lie. I had a talk with her, and until we had this talk, I did a show where I did a picture for her. I thought she just wrote generic medieval fantasy. I mean, I hate to put it that way. Medieval romance fantasy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I found out about her world. I'm like, wow, there's some world there.
Yeah, she's my writing sprint partner currently, and she's got a great universe set up, and it expands with every book,
which is a great sign because it's like I love, if we slip into sci-fi, I love Blaine Pardue. He wrote a bunch of the BattleTech books, and they're amazing reads. And I got to meet the man. We talked. He put me in he put my name in the BattleTech universe. There is a region named the Tockert region named after me. I'm like, mine. Because he extreme nerd.
Good for you, man. Good for you.
Because he saw what I was doing with Big Stompy Robots as a way to get people into gaming, and so it's like, man, I hold that up like that's what heck of an award. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And wait. Brian and Nick should make a book of Santa Stein becoming a samurai. Nick swordplay and Brian's character. Oh God, Samurai Santa Stein.
Santa Stein.
That's not terrible.
You notice neither of us are running away from it or denying it. So
my problem is because my brain is trying to get the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cadence in the title. So it needs a couple more, like time hopped, dimensional samurai Santa Stein or something what I mean?
I can make it work. Work.
I know you can.
Kelly Carlisle has a question now too.
Yes.
And that's a good one, and I know what you're talking about. How does one deal with, in a nice, respectful way, help someone who wants to write but can't? How can you get through to them against their stubbornness and make them understand the basics? This is where Go ahead, Nick.
Just like you can lead a horse to water and you can't make them drink. You can take a person to the library, but you can't make them think. Sometimes they have to want it, because there are a lot of people who they dream of being a writer, but they don't want the responsibility of doing anything. They just enjoy always. It's like my running joke of I'm on my way to Australia. I've been on my way to Australia since I first saw Support Your Local Sheriff in the mid '80s or whatever it came out.
Those back in the '60s. Love that movie.
Well, that's when because that's when I saw it as a kid, and it locked on. So I've told people for a long time I am on my way to Australia. Mm-hmm. There have been many points in my life where I could just lay down the ticket, get on a plane, and go to Australia.
Yeah. Same here.
But it's more fun for me to be on my way to Australia. And I think there may be some people like that. Now, if you are seriously trying to motivate somebody, all tongue-in-cheek aside for a moment, what you need to do is you have to have them write down 2 lists, okay? What they want to do, and have them write it down in front of them on paper, and what's stopping them. Okay?
Yeah.
Because starting to write is a change, and change only happens. I'm going to tell you something. Change only happens when it's too painful for us not to change.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I will tell you, growth always hurts. And growth is made possible by the viscosity of tears. I might have that chiseled on my gravestone because I've been telling it. That's mine. That's one of mine. I've been saying it for years. You have to want it bad enough, and then look at them and you say, okay, this is what you want. This is why you can't. If it's a physical limitation, like Jake had, right, dictate it, handwrite it, type it. I wrote the quick play book, the whole adventure, and I did the system, the light system version for Hybrids of Sons of God with 2 markers clutched like this, 1 letter at a time, because my hands wouldn't do it, but I wasn't going to stop.
Exactly.
I drew the version that few people have seen of Paul Bunyan Kaiju Slayer, basically with a marker like this, because my hands wouldn't work, but I wasn't going to stop.
Right.
If they want it, they're going to do it. And you look at it, but you have to follow that with the real truth of, if you can't get past this, let it go.
Mm-hmm.
Just stop. But stop saying you don't get to say, oh, I'm going to be a writer, if you're not. Because you have to come to a point where it's put up or shut up. And I'm sorry if that's a little harsh. I try not to be harsh. But Brian, please,
Okay. In this case, what I would do is ask if they are open to editing, because you can use editing as a tool to teach someone the finer points of writing. I did this with someone a couple of years ago who had a great idea, but their mastery of punctuation, spelling, and syntax was not up to what I would call a professional level. And keep in mind that I am talking about writing as a profession, not just, anyone can write, but if you want to get into print and not have to pay for it yourself, then you need to learn the rules. And there are rules in this that you cannot ignore. If they are open to editing, I would say then correct them through the editing. And like, I have little bugaboos, like redundancy is one of my things. Like, if someone starts 3 consecutive paragraphs with the same word or even the same letter, I'll call them out on it and say, rewrite this. And it's easy to say, you know, when they keep making the same mistake over and over again because they don't know any better. One, you have to remind yourself they can't hear your cussing and will not see this until you're done with the edit. But you hammer it into them. You list every time it happens to the point they're sick of seeing it. Now, if they will not submit to editing, then I think you have to cut them out, because everyone gets edited or should be in writing, whether they do it themselves or they hand it off to someone else to do it for them and to point out the errors. I will tell you right now, someone that will not submit to editing will not last in this business, because if they do it themselves and keep foisting their lack of knowledge on the industry, if they publish themselves, the reviews are going to call them out. If they do it and submit to other publishers, they're going to get their work back. And the thing is, people, Kelly, you know it as well as I do, we talk to each other. If somebody is a troublemaker, we let the other person know. It's that old thing about, if you have a good experience, you tell 3 people, but if something sucks, you tell 7. So I would say, see if they're open to an edit, a thorough, in-depth edit, and see how well they follow it, and see if they learn anything from it. And I will tell you, the aforementioned novel that I did an edit for, the guy was terrific. He was open, and he turned in what I would say was a C- book, and he turned in an A book by the time he was done. And I'm not saying it's because of me, but he took what I taught him and he rebuilt that novel, and it's a good read now. So,
and if you want to have Brian's services for editing, you can find them on IndieCD.org.
Yes, that's true.
Hashtag always promote. I'm sorry, I can't.
I saw you straining there. Yeah, or get my wife to do it. She's even more thorough than I am, and she is far more merciless.
I was about to say thorough, and my little thesaurus opens up. Vicious, destructive, soul-rending.
Well, she's the woman who, when I handed her the manuscript for Volcana, her criticism at one point was, is chapter 39 supposed to make sense? Yeah. She was, there is a book from Prose Press called The New Adventures of the Blue Circle, based on a very obscure comic book. And the publisher contacted my wife and said, would you be interested in editing this anthology? Explain the concept. And Cookie is like, yeah, it sounds great. I'd love to do that. And the publisher said, well, there is one problem. Your husband has a story in there. Do you have any trouble criticizing his work? I've never heard her laugh so loud or so hard or so long in my life. Yeah, I'll talk to him.
Sorry, there's no one in Valparaiso who should be calling me right now. So
I understand that. So,
but
Mysterious Illusion Show, I cannot use the Grinch because it is not. I don't have the rights to him. So, that's a good suggestion. Thank you for the suggestion. But it would not be legal and it would not be fair.
And see, that's what we love. Now, I will tell you this, because I mentioned something about advice, and only ask for advice from people, only accept critique from people you ask advice for. During the time making the Hybrids and Sons of God, the full version, which did release through Luke Stone, I've not gotten my copy yet. He acquired someone to edit it, and they sent their notes. And a couple of the notes that we received, his wife did some of the editing, which was fine. It was dandy. Mm-hmm. Beth is a lovely woman, very, very intelligent. Not bashing anybody there, but that I have received questions from others that, it's like I'm listing the guns, the types of firearm, and then the type of bullet. Are people going to know this? I mean, like, will people know this, or only gun people? It's the name. If they don't know it, they have learned that this gun fires this ammunition. Well, why do the guns have... Got one person who's given me this. Why do the bullets have, guns have to have different kinds of bullets? My point on that is, be sure that your editor is familiar with the field, unless you're deliberately targeting somebody who doesn't know it.
Right.
Now, with game design, I've run into that because there's a lot of game jargon that it's very easy to forget it's jargon.
Mm-hmm.
And in any field when you're doing it. But I really think you want somebody who knows what they're... If you're going to have somebody who's editing horror, make sure they are a horror fan. I had someone attempt to do that, and they couldn't because, well, you've written it all too scary, and this is going, and I don't think this. I had teachers, edit. Well, this is way too scary and mature, and like, I'm an 18-year-old writing a horror story. There gonna be some bodies hitting the ground.
That's right. That's right. Let the bodies hit the ground. Well, and you should always make sure you can work with that editor. I had someone who was, you see, I spread the word years ago that I'm a jerk to deal with. I'm not. But I knew if I didn't spread that lie, that I'd be working free for the rest of my life. So I spread the word that I'm a real dick to work with, and everyone tells me, I heard you were such a jerk, Brian, but you're not. So but somebody bought into the story, and got somebody who wasn't afraid to tell a professional how to do their job, and he was hired with this in mind, and didn't realize I will give on some points, but there are many points where it's like, no, I did this deliberately. I have a reason. I can give a rationale for it. And if we, I will tell you what your edit will affect. And if you're gonna, and if you're gonna dig your heels in the ground, we're gonna trade blows. But for the most part, I'm the editor's friend. I will. If you have a good point, I will listen, and I will concede to it.
I love that because I've known some people who've forgotten the editors who forget you're editing the book, you're not writing the book.
Yes.
And sometimes that there's a difference between proofreaders and editors. Please use one before the other.
Yes,
because I've had people. Nick, beta read this for me, and I try. I'm currently on 2 projects floating. One is by Brian Rodman.
Okay.
I've had access to.
Yeah.
Phenomenal, but Brian's a very, if I said dense writer.
Yes, he is. I've edited his work. I understand.
So there's a lot, and I'm going. My problem is I instinctively go, I feel this influence and this influence and this influence. You might want to change that name because you're looking a little too close to, again, the House of Mouse.
Yeah.
But phenomenal work. I've had the privilege of reading Kelly Austin's book, From the Paranormal Case Files of Bishop Kincaid.
Yes.
And Brad Jones. And yes, I have to remember it in my narrator voice,
Of course.
Yes. Because, well, that's just Kelly. She brings that out on me. Please proofread your books because I've had people hand me stuff where I'm sorry I can't read this. Well, what's wrong with it? No, I mechanically cannot read this.
Yes.
Capitalization matters. Punctuation matters. I make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
I also have a very distinct writing style and voice.
Yes.
And sometimes so you've recently read my stuff, and I'm trying not to be mortified at the same time because I respect your opinion far too much to not be trembling on the inside. But
And you heard the great review I just gave you too.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
So tremble no more, my friend.
But people read my work. My dad was raised by my grandpa most of the time because his mom died at an early age. My grandpa spoke more German than English. So I have a word order thing that tends to manifest as I write, where the subject happens in different places. And I know I do this, but there's no way for me not to, because Nickese is literally the language I think in, and I twist it to be English for you all as best I can.
You're translating.
I always feel like I'm trying to speak a second language because either my verbiage breaks whatever I'm typing and I have to argue with it. My vocabulary is bigger. And autocorrect delays for me. If there's one thing that I could fix that drives me bonkers, autocorrect on any of them delays. It doesn't change it when I've written it. It pops up, and this will happen. I send a text. I did not write that word. It decided that, no, you meant this. No, really, I did not mean that word. And it's the bane of my existence.
I understand that. I see that Ethan and Alec are now having a D&D game without us.
Oh, well,
I think we lost them.
Well, that's okay because Alec is in my D&D party that I run for the library.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know if you've seen this. Okay. In the past, I've brought, this is my broken one I'm fixing, but I brought
that's a thing of beauty. I have seen that. Yes.
Well, no, that's not the thing of beauty.
It is.
Mandy, for our anniversary. 1 second.
Holy moly. Oh,
this.
Yes.
And this is to scale and will show up at a D&D game at some point at the library ahead of time, just to remind the kids what a dragon is.
Hells to the yeah. Oh, the walls between want and need are breaking down here.
Well, and I will tell this story because you're here and you hadn't heard it. It was $80 at CVS.
Uh-huh.
And it sat there because it was CVS in Kentland. And everybody walked by, looked at it, got knocked down. And then Mandy, bless her heart, had the coupons. And, you can do things if you pay attention to CVS.
Right.
So she got it for like $25.
Oh, God bless her. God bless her.
Eventually, I'm going to take Cindy Kep's advice and probably hang it from the ceiling because it's so big. I don't know what to do with it. But, like Lydia, my office has to be a mature place.
But it needs to be unfurled. It needs to be shown the proper respect. I totally get that. Yes, that's the thing.
Because it's got about a 4 to 5 foot wingspan when the wings are unfurled. I can't really show it right here, but she gave it to me in the middle of a stream. I was doing a live stream, and she ran to the pharmacy, and she knocked on the door and said, "Hey, Nick," and then like my lovely checkerboard. I'm streaming shorts, so
yeah.
But
Nick had that moment that poets dedicate themselves to describing.
Basically, not needed, but this is the other thing for the people who ask. I try to express this, and I hope you are listening. Being an adult means you have responsibilities, right?
Yes.
It does. One of those responsibilities is to have a good time your way. You have responsibilities to yourself. So, if you're fun involves a 4-foot-long dragon, and you get it because it brings you joy.
Yes.
Or you go to, one of those zoos that's showing robotic dinosaurs because dinosaurs are cool. Enjoying things is not a childish trait. The people who want us to be factory workers who are just smart enough to push a button, go home and buy beer to keep our brains fuzzy, and watch Predestination TV 246 show with laugh tracks so you know what's funny.
Yeah.
Would like us to think that way. I'm sorry. Being around Brian brings out my more revolutionary nature, and shadiness comes out to play.
I'm a child of the '60s. What can I say? We were rebelled against everything. So
that is an interesting question for both.
None. They've all been wonderful to me.
I
can't say that any's been a jerk to me, really.
I met one who was actually one of my personal heroes.
Okay.
And that was Rich Ko's Senguli.
Oh, yeah.
And he was an absolute dick.
Really?
However, at the time, we were outside of the Amherst Asylum Halloween haunted attraction, and it was raining, and he was in this booth, and the line was set up to see him to try to lure you to going into the thing. So I assumed there was but he freaked out because Amanda went to take a picture. No. Photo is like $30. And there it's like, dude, I love you, but dude.
Yeah.
So it was hit or miss because not one of those things. I wanted to, dream job was late night horror movie host.
Right.
And I am still I need to look at what it is required to air the public domain movies. Because what I want to do is go down Fowler, the theater in Fowler.
Yes.
Can be rented in its entirety. And I would love someday, if I can get myself together and stuff enough, to do a horror movie. We're talking The Killer Shrews, maybe Attack of the Giant Leeches, that grade of thing, and possibly encourage a horror short contest in Fowler. And have people record, horror, submit it, and the winners get broadcast, at the thing. I think that would be a blast.
That would be hilarious.
It's on my to-do list, but I don't say I regret meeting him because it's also, he's a Chicagoan, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you gotta.
I look back and I'm like, I actually kind of take comfort in the fact he was grumpy because I moved down here and everybody's so nice.
Yeah.
That I have to watch WGN's news from Chicago once in a while.
Just to remind you.
Just to feel balanced.
Yeah. I had a comic book professional behave in what could have been a dickish manner with me. I will not name the professional out of respect, but he I mentioned that he had done a comic book that had been released recently that I enjoyed. And when I went up to get that comic signed, he just wrote his name. And I said, well, could you make it to Brian? And he put his hand over the signature and wrote more. And it said, to Brian, from this person, will you quit bugging me? And he looked at it and goes, oh. And he says, oh, God, I do this all the time. Brian, I'll replace this. I'm like, no, that's mine. I'm keeping it. This is precious. And so this is a two-part story. So I took, and despite his protestations, I took it and I still have it. And then I met him again a year later. And I was with some friends that were even more socially awkward than myself, if such a thing can be imagined. And one of them said, hey, you remember Brian from last year? You wrote that stupid thing in his book. And I'm like, shut up. And the celebrity in question said, no, I meet a lot of people every year. I offend a lot of people every year. You got to be more specific. So idiot friend told him what had transpired the year before. So I had a history of the DC universe, the hardcover edition, a rather expensive book.
Yes.
And I found the perfect place for him to sign. And I said, would you please sign this? And so he signed in the area, handed it back. I said, could you make it to Brian? He took it again and hit the rest of what he wrote. And in this very expensive book, he wrote his name to Brian. Now will you quit bugging me? And he looked at it and goes, oh, dear God, I'm going to have to replace this book, aren't I? I'm like, no. It's mine. And I still count him now as a friend, but he doesn't remember that, and I'm not going to remind him.
This is one of the coolest things about what we do, guys, and why, I say, I love that you're on my show. Do yours. Oh, I got something I need to check here.
Yeah. And how do I tie my ascot? Poorly.
Okay. I got a message that reminding me I do need to run an ad for a friend. So give me just a moment and I will run, because we recently had Dan Hollifield's birthday. And I wanted, so I think I'm going to run the affiliate ad. That's a minute and a half. Sounds
good. Thank you.
We'll do that and we'll be right back.
Hi there, my name's Dan Hollifield. I'm the senior editor and publisher of Aphelion website. Aphelion has been online since 1997. Since then, we've brought you the very best amateur science fiction and fantasy writing, and given the world at least 100 brand new professional writers from those who have walked through our doorways. So if you enjoy reading, look for Aphelion. That's www.aphelion-webzine.com. A quick Google of Aphelion-webzine will give you everything you want to know, plus 20 years worth of our backlog of files, our archive of stories stretching back until February of 1997. Think of Aphelion as a permanent floating writer's workshop dedicated to helping new writers become proficient enough to become professional writers and best-selling writers. We have over 100 success stories to our name, and if you're an amateur writer, you may be our next triumph. And if you just like to read stories, we've got plenty of them for you. Just come on by and visit. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Guys, Brian had to take care of some stuff for a minute. Nothing big, nothing serious. I think he's coming back. If he doesn't want, if he needs to understand, this has been a 312 broadcast. We're having a great time. Since he's out, let me pop through some more of these comments, if it will let me. Okay. When publishing, which type of book would you rather sell, a hardcover or a paperback? I currently sell mostly paperbacks because they're cheaper. Now, part of the process of this program is understanding that we need to cater to the economy, make cheaper options of what we do. So what I can say is, and this is I think it's a good point. I made a mistake, guys, when I first started doing the whole publish thing. I decided I put a little bit of color. You see these little splashes of color? They made my diagrams much more interesting. However, and we can just do this real quick.
Thank you for that pause there.
Oh, he's laughing because as soon as that ad hit, we both look like Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. Pew! It's just I was a little closer. But this book runs for about $25 because the cost of printing is right around 20. And that tells you where or more in some cases, because it fluctuates between country. After that, I make maybe a couple bucks. I'll be honest. I make $1 to $2 bucks on most of my books. I keep my prices as low as possible, but that was still a $25 outlay for the customer. When I started doing the sequels, I switched format. Mm-hmm. Now I'm very deliberate, and Maddie made fun of me till this last convention when she looked at her books versus mine. I use statement size. And I use statement size for a couple reasons. I don't have a copy of Art and Tales, which, yes, I know there's some typos in Art and Tales, but formatting the pictures for that was such a nightmare. Mm-hmm. I don't dare fix them. I mean, I hate to put it that way, but
no, I understand it. I understand it. I formatted books. I understand it.
But these are 5 by 5 by 8.5. Which is half of 11 for those of you who are wondering. This book I put these out for, I want to say it was originally $5. I think it's up to $6.99 because of the Amazon change. It might be $5.99, something like that. Because of the cost of print went up. But I make about $2 on this, so it costs me around $2 something if I want to order author copies. And I actually make more money if I order the author copies than if I print them. But the cost of hardcover for shipping for the weight really raises the cost. Now, I intend to do a few books in hardcover. I will admit, part of it is pure vanity. Pure vanity. I want to see like the Big Stompy Robots book, and I want to see this in hardcover. It's just pure, unbridled, pure vanity. But I like the sizing because 8.5 by 11 boxes are easy to find. They make lots of things to store reams of paper and things. And oh no! Look how nice these guys stack. Oh, bother. Think about that because this I can have lots of little trays. Because when you're setting your desk, your booth up, mm-hmm. And I know you know all this, I'm just going. You want to you put a few out, but don't put all you have out because then you have to put them back at the end. And if somebody spills coffee on them, or something goes wrong, they're all messed up. So you put 2 or 3 out. It also implies scarcity. Your customer thinking that it's a scarce resource is always a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
That's why every convention I go to, whatever I decide to choose to do my art at, I do actually change it. I always say markdown for this convention, limited time pricing, blah, blah, blah. But when we sell them, under the table is the rows of books on top of the big box that they come in so that we can lift the lid, put the lid down, put the books back in the box, put the lid back in, and the books are packed. Now, we're switching that because that box is way too big and heavy, and we're getting tired of lugging it that way. But thinking in terms of how you're going to pack your books helps. Hardcovers, I want them. I lust for them. Cool. I'm still streaming though, bud. Well, oh, yes. Okay, you can play with
kind of died.
Well, then I will try to put new batteries in it. Okay? I'm still streaming though.
Oh. Sorry.
No, it's okay. You're not in trouble. I'd rather you talk to me, but that's the kind of thing that I have to stop my stream to do, and I'm having a lot of fun. Anyway. This is my social hour, sorry. Or hours. I'm being so bad today.
Hours and hours and hours.
And Brian, if you need to go or you're burnt out.
I already went, thank you.
Say the word, you know what I mean. But Brian, what would you like to say? How would you answer that question? about-
Whether I would sell a hardcover or paperback, I'll sell anything that's got my name on it. I will sell anything that doesn't have my name on it. I am a freaking mercenary. You can talk artistic merit all you want all day. I get my validation when Amazon sends me a check.
and I will. I want to follow that with a reminder in
Yes.
case Amazon completely tanks. Okay,
Yes,
you see that white beat up printer behind me?
I do.
That is an HP 1020 business printer. It runs off of toner.
Ooh.
Way up there. The colorful box is my pin maker. Ignore
Yes.
the fact that I have a pin maker.
Yes.
That's my comb binder because I worked for a summer in a print shop.
Mm-hmm.
I started out with all comb bound books. If I have to go back to it, I will. I
That'd
am
be
not
perfect for
afraid-
BSR. That'd be great for BSR.
That's literally how BSR started.
Yeah, I could see that. I would sell either one in all seriousness. Like Nick, I am putting out a hardcover edition of Sandestein in 24, I think it's starting to look like. And part of it is vanity. Part of it is I want to say I've got a hardcover with my name on it.
Mhm.
And another was actually I already have one. My name is in it. So
Yeah.
I'm right there. So I have a hardcover. Yay me. But I want to produce a hardcover. Partly because I have had requests over the years from people who, believe it or not, exclusively read hardcover.
Yeah.
And, it mixes my vanity with a potential, way to get other people to see my work. Then hardcovers become very relevant to me at that point. And but the thing is, for the hardcover, since I will be charging a little bit more for it than I would the paperback edition, I'm also going to add extra value by putting in the original script that inspired the Sandestein novel and a little history behind that script and why it never got produced. Something about irreverence.
Yeah.
Of all things. But and I do plan in the future to release other editions in hardcover. But fortunately, I found, we were talking about Amazon and production costs and everything. Amazon's have gone up. Other publishers, private printers, has actually come back down a little. And so, and I've been very open about this. The hardcover Sandestein will not be produced by Amazon. I have a private printer who I'm going to run a few hundred copies of it and get a substantial discount.
See, that's nice. The reason I want to do hardcovers for most of my work at one point or another is I want it to be sturdier for the libraries.
Yes, that's another very excellent reason.
That's my thing. But I'm also thinking about it, so it's like, for the foreseeable future, the additions to the Simple Sword volumes, this is volumes 2 and 3, are going to be in this format. And because, as Brian said, the way I think I write little thin books, useful, good, but little thin books.
Yes.
And the nice thing about little thin books, guys, is because I'm getting money off of, part of the grand project is I can do this, right? And I can put more, but I don't have any more in the series, but I could grab, let's say this is the strong sword, and I start doing that, and suddenly I start getting a thick book. So what I'm thinking of doing is, once I get enough that I feel it's a decent sized thick book, doing the Historical Fencing Guild's Volume 1 in, the still keeping it 8.5 by 11 because it needs it. It's formatted for it and it works.
Right.
And taking the others because they tend to be, they are less textbook, more personal study.
Sure.
and doing a anthology, a omnibus is the word I'm looking for, I think.
Yeah, this has been going on for a long time in the romance field and science fiction and fantasy, where you take three, regular sized books, and then you create what they call a box set, which sometimes it has a physical slip cover that you put all three of your books in, or it is like you create like you said, an omnibus edition.
Right.
Slightly larger, slightly thicker. Because again, some people want quick reads. And so you have a product for that. And then you have people that want, say, something a little more substantial. Say, 6 figures worth of words. And that way you've got both sides covered. And with print on demand, you don't have, like I said, I'm printing a few hundred copies of the hardcover to get the discount. But with print on demand, you don't have to worry about that. So,
and see, that's part of why, because again, I have to go at it from I don't have the capital
right
to do that very often. I POD, but I do love my author copies because I make more off of my author copies than I do selling through. But
a lot of us do, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't do things to not interact with people,
Yeah.
But I think there's part of it. I get to make money. I get to make money as I'm building up towards the anthology, and some people will skip ahead in the long run just by the anthology.
Oh, sure.
Cool. My purpose with all my manuals is to provide as low cost an entry point to the knowledge as possible. Which is why I have to do a different version focusing on rapier that's more condensed to be a cheaper entry point, even though realizing I may be competing with myself.
Right.
But that's part of my life mission that ties to the Historical Fencing Guild and what I do.
Right.
Guys, never do anything for just one reason. I'd say this. I hope it hammers in. I like to make money, but it's important to help. Yeah. And it reinforces that what I'm doing, even when I'm physically unable to do it, still has value. There is a question that Mike, Jimmy, I'm sorry, 2 questions came up that I can ping off real fast.
Okay.
First off, how in the world are you wearing a Hawaiian shirt in the winter? I am inside a home that is actually heated. We have climate control with an ancient device called a radiator. Now, the radiator likes to pretend that my house is haunted and make boingy boingy noises. However, I'm fully having debunked things. I know exactly what the boingy boingy noises are.
Clang, clang, clang.
That, and it's yesterday, it was 60 degrees outside, so we ended up opening up the window because the radiator made it too dang hot because it got down to 30 overnight.
Yeah.
And radiators don't move fast, so it's to be warm at night, it has to be a little higher than I would like it during the day. So there's that. I think that covers that. The next question you put, and I love you guys. Everybody who's going. Bonuses to the 6 folks who stayed along. I hope we've earned a like. For the love of God,
please.
The wisdom, the knowledge.
And if you haven't already, please subscribe to this man's channel. And I will put in a selfish thing. Please go over to the Brian K. Morris Rising Tide channel. And if you've enjoyed any part of this or plan to in the future, please subscribe to us both. All right? I want Nick's numbers to match mine.
Oh, that would be great. But
now here's go ahead and answer, because I've got my own answer for this. It's kind of irreverent.
Okay. There are 3 kind of answers to this. Always, cash is and will always be king. I love cash. I prefer cash. I like the way it feels. I like the way it smells. I like the fact that it at least rubs my fingertips before it disappears.
Yes.
I love cash. My money can jingle. That's fine. It can fold. It's fine because it's mine. I love cash. A check costs me money because I then have to go to the bank, which means I have to drive to the bank and it costs me money unless I incorporate it, and it costs me time. Now, We are working to get set up to take cards. The problem with cards and the problem with PayPal, which, to remind folks, because people ask, should you spontaneously wish to give me money? PayPal.me/Nicholas Tockert. I'm serious. If you don't want to do the Patreon thing that I have for the Historical Fencing Guild, just give me money. Anyway, but PayPal takes a percentage of it. The debit card processing company takes a percentage of it, and then Square or whatever else you're using takes a percentage of it. So either I have to raise my cost to account for that, or I have to just accept that I'm making less. Cash is also beautiful because if you give me cash at a convention, I will tell you what happens. I make a quantity of cash. I look at my lovely wife. She smiles. She writes it down because she keeps it in a book. Because we're the only ones who deal with our box. So it's not like we're tracking for theft prevention. I then take said cash and I go to someone else's vendor booth. And then I say, here, Brian, and I buy a book from Brian.
Right.
For me, conventions work like that Three Stooges skit. Have you ever? There's a Three Stooges skit where, oh, I got right $20. I found $10. Well, wait, you owe me 20. Here's 10, and I'll pay you back. Well, you owe me 20. Well, here's 10. I'll pay you back. And the $10 goes through the three guys 3 times. Everybody's paid.
Yeah.
And it's literally, that's how money works.
Yes, that's true.
But that's how conventions work too.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, conventioneers, if you have something interesting, I'm always willing to trade or do something. I live for that sort of thing.
I'll do trades all day long.
Oh yeah, and like I mentioned much earlier in the podcast, the broadcast. If it's a booth I like, MSRP for MSRP all day, because it's the exact same thing as if you had handed me cash, which I love.
Yes.
I may have to make a button that says cash ... which I love.
Yes. With a picture of Johnny Cash beside it.
Oh, absolutely, because they got money, but they ain't got cash.
That's
Anyway,
right.
I'm the opposite of him. I don't get to wear all black because the world needs me to be light and goofy. But we can get this done. It works, and I know Brian wanted to say something, but I they're forcing us towards the cards, and I kind of really like the real tangible because it's too easy to delete a number off a computer. That's my take on cash. Brian,
if those are the two choices I'm given, you can cut it off between the word paid and with.
Yes.
Do you like getting paid? Yes. Unequivocally, yes. Now, as cash versus check, I agree with Nick 100%. Cash can be reused immediately to the benefit of others and myself. Also, checks, I have to get identification from the person if I don't know them. And there is that element of this thing could bounce. And usually, since my shows occur on the weekends, like on a Saturday, that means I've got 48 hours usually to worry about whether I actually got paid or not, or if this is just a worthless piece of rubber. So, and it's going to bounce higher than ComSat. But it's like, of the two, I much prefer cash for that reason. I do not mind taking credit cards. Yes. Because I do it through a secure company, and and they're the ones that verify it is for real. And I've got the kind of card reader. I got the one that has the chip reader in it.
Yeah.
And somehow, if there is an error, if there is insufficient funds, the burden does not fall upon me. It then falls upon the person who gave me the card and their bank. Right. So I will get paid.
they will get raked over the coals, which is how it should be. So my favorite is cash. Card is second. I don't. But and the thing is, while you were talking, I was trying to remember the last time I took a check for a book, and it's been a long time.
We've had to write a couple, and I've had one or two instances where it was somebody who didn't know they were coming to the convention. Or an older person especially who didn't know they were coming to the convention.
Sure.
And they're wandering around. It's a gaming convention, and they look and it's like, wait, this isn't. Think that's not kiddie stuff. No, it's. I mean,
Yeah.
And they bought a few. I think they bought the Big Stompy Robots, my sci-fi books, which I do not promote nearly enough. They're very quite good.
They're very good. They really are.
But and it was the whole get the check, and I looked at the idea like, I am of the attitude, and I really am. I would rather give somebody something than screw them out of it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And it's like if their check bounces, when I take it to the bank,
yeah,
they are in really bad shape and probably really need something to enjoy themselves. So you're just gonna take it.
Right. And I haven't owned a checkbook in over 10 years. So
now I do love check registries, and when I'm actively using my card, I recently got my business card linked to my phone, which kind of scared me because I didn't want the hackability aspect.
Right.
But my business account is totally separate from everything else. The only thing that goes in is my Amazon and my Patreon. Goes into that, and I only spend it on stuff for the Historical Fencing Guild or con-related stuff because that's how I raise money to buy stuff for the Historical Fencing Guild.
I get that.
But I need to get one of those card readers because I have to. You have to now. I mean, I don't want to, but you have to have something because so many people use card. But if you have one of these and you are shopping and you pull out your little check register and you write, okay, I spent $100 at Walmart. I spent da-da-da-da. You know where you stand.
True.
Because sometimes things don't process. Sometimes things don't go through.
Yeah.
And it's like I have one reoccurring bill of $100 that's attached to that thing. And they changed the date on me. And I've lived in fear that I'd forget. And it just went through not too long ago. And I'm very pleased. And that one is for I have a pro account on DeviantArt, which doesn't give me the resources it used to, because it used to be able to do your prints through DeviantArt, sell your prints through them. They stopped that service.
Oh man.
But I've used DeviantArt for 20 years for free. And I genuinely feel $100 a year is fair. And I have several thousand pictures that's been my cloud backup all this time. There was talk that they may have to close or do something else. They'll close out for the people who pay after they'll close out. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Yes, I can see that.
Their free service, that would be tragic.
Right.
But they're going to hold on to the people who've paid, and that would give me enough time to get, everything archived at least. So I see it as insurance. And again, you give back to systems. I was talking about the Chinese bootleggers. And I'll be honest, guys, everybody here has downloaded something from the internet at one point or the other,
Yes.
Now, my thing was I did it from a position of poverty. When I have enough money, I buy the legit one. Oftentimes, we end up in this scenario where we really like this book. So what we do, and I encourage, if you really like a book and you're going to buy it anyway, and they're on Amazon, please, if it's on KDP, flip through it on KDP. After you've flipped through it, then buy the ebook, because it costs you nothing to read it, but they get paid for the KDP, and then they get paid for you having it. But if you buy it and you own it, even if it's on KDP, your page numbers don't count anymore. So there's that. Now we have several books that we have bought on KDP and Audible for to listen in the car.
Yeah.
But it happens. Have guys mailed you checks before? I have taken checks early in the days of my commission art, and because commissioning art is a service base, it produces something, but the art isn't really what's being paid for. The fact that it's commissioned and tailored to what they want is what's being paid for. I have had that come in. It's a little pain in the butt, but like I said, checks are really going out, and I understand you got hacked, and I think that may come to you need to change your virus protections, change your online behaviors, and be very, very cautious. And how many subscribers goal should you get to do a 2-day live stream?
3.5 billion. There ain't enough people on this planet to make me do a 2-day live stream.
I mean, my problem is I talk in my sleep, y'all. And
It can get dangerous.
And I'm a member of the Scuba Sleeper Squad, so I would have to set up a bed.
Yeah.
I guess you said 3.5 billion, and I'm going that is something where enough money, and as long as you understand, I'm going to the bathroom in privacy.
Yeah.
I would work it for but I'd have to be really. YouTube would have to be handing me money hand over fist to do something like that. Well, I'm not going to stay up for 48 hours. I actually used to do that regularly as part of my job out of necessity.
Yeah.
And that's damaging. Like, not even fun.
Yeah, same here. Only way given how I sleep, I think the only way I could do a 2-day broadcast would be if it was on OnlyFans. So
yeah. That's spicy.
It was intended to be.
Wow, I didn't think I'd have to do this, but I'm going to have to do this for a moment. Give me a second. Yeah,
I'm in trouble. Getting spanked. Ooh. I've got one of those too, so yeah. I should use it on myself more often. I'm sorry, I forgot that this isn't my show.
No. You're fine. You're fine.
Luke Stone was always asking me, how do you get away with saying some stupid things, Brian? It's like, why aren't you canceled yet?
Because the stupid things you say are almost always self-defamating.
True.
And you very rarely have an attack in your body. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I use them mostly on myself or an inanimate situation or something where no humans have been harmed in the making of this podcast or whatever.
And I because I'm here, I have to show this because this is when someone is really really stupid.
Yeah,
my response to Ouija boards and other such.
Yeah.
But that's StreamYard is amazing, and Joe Bachman has paid for my StreamYard. There may be a development there beyond that. Joe may be doing some cool things, but
cool. Good.
We're just trying to fit. Oh, geez, I have you on. One moment, because I have to share this because I haven't taken it down.
I love it, Nick. I love it.
That does live in
I love that. I forgot about
that.
But
StreamYard is a great service. Now, a lot of people get intimidated because another question I get is, well, you stream. How do you do it? Yes, I use StreamYard. StreamYard is great because I can access it through any of my devices, as I have had to find out on the fly. And you can function through StreamYard with a cell phone. Oh, the wind's kicking up, so my broken window's gonna start singing its song of. But if you don't want to do that, even though they have a free version, the YouTube Studio app is also free, and you can stream just to YouTube. It is quite effective. You just don't have bells and whistles. And frankly, I have been spoiled. I like having little graphics and banners and being able to move stuff. It really does. Now, there is something else called OBS, which Carl Witzman, I believe, has a book on. If he doesn't, he should, because
he should. He's a genius. He tried teaching me that one.
And I simply found the arc of training to be higher than I have time to put in right now.
Yeah, same here.
Because of everything else I'm doing.
I can relate. Alex Creation has figured out OBS. That's 2 people in this planet.
Excellent.
And so does Bonsard, a Radio Retro.
Oh, yes.
So that's 3 now.
Yeah, no. A lot of people, and they can, and I'm getting more savvy again. What happened is I went through a period where I was away from computing, so I couldn't do what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
And we had several renditions come out, so I'm currently getting myself re-updated. And because at one point I was certified for all sorts of stuff, and I was chasing other certs for jobs, and now I'm like, I am a lowly user, leave me alone. But it's getting better. I do think, guys, it's 3:45. And I know when I go off the stream, I'm going to continue to talk to Brian because I have a book he wants, and he has a pizza place that I need to see.
Yes, we need to.
And there are discussions that need to be had. That if I do it online broadly, you guys will, there's a chance we'll have 50 people showing up, and that's almost tempting. But I would need more planning and spousal consent for an elaborate thing like that.
You and me both, brother.
So,
and that's something, though, maybe when we go into the annex for LibraryCon,
yes,
also called FezCon,
yes.
What we need to do is figure out a restaurant where we can descend upon them.
Yes, I mean, it won't be in Fowler due to what's in Fowler, unless you really like Subway.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah,
but yeah, there are a couple options nearby, and it's that table's looking good again. But
yeah,
what we need is a Denny's. Can I please get a Denny's in Kentland, Indiana?
Oh God, yes.
But all that just aside, yeah, I do want to do LibraryCon down at the annex, and my plan, and I'll put this out because some of you may have tables,
right,
is to figure out the cost of the venue,
right,
and figure out the table, divide that as table cost among the vendors, so that I can make it free admission. That's what I would like to do, because I figure it can't be that much. And, I should be going, well, I could make some money, and money is good. But I do want to try to keep admission free so that I can, advertise that and get more people out. Because you guys miss out on LibraryCon. I'm going to be honest. I tell people about it, and well, it's a little thing. If you wanted the best, it's a constant panel of making your stuff better. And you don't even realize it. It really is. Because we're sitting there, and Alec has done this, and this is why I love Alec. Well, many reasons why I love Alec. But listen to the conversation, and at one point, they'd putting their points in, and they stopped. They sat down. And I realized they were in class mode because they're sketching. And it's like, You're sketching, but your ear is up.
Yep. Yep.
And that's how you learn. See.
And it was good to meet you too. It was good to meet you too, Alec.
But guys, I want to thank you for coming out to this. I hope it helped some of you guys' problems. I hope you feel less nervous going out, and I hope when people come back to this, you feel less nervous and uncertain about the economy and the small creator, because there is a placard on my wife's wall, and I have been told it is slightly typoed, but that's how I learned the poem on there. So I will recite. We, the unknown, led by the unknowing, have been doing the impossible for the ungrateful for so long. We are now qualified to do anything with nothing. If the desiderata is my my philosophy, and it really is, please read that. It's not long, but that poem with that precise typo is my my creed. It is my version of this is the way, you know? And I think if we keep that mentality going, I'll be honest, if everything went boink and we went dystopian, I'd be sitting here trying to make a freaking, old style book press if I couldn't find one, and I'd still keep going, because that's what we do. And that spirit of raw, tenacious, audacity on levels that shake the heavens. Realize how audacious we are to look at these huge mega corporations that stride like gods across the countries and go, no, we're still going to earn our buck our way. That level of defiance is what makes the independent creators, the artists, the writers, the musicians, the buskers. If it came down to it, we'd all be making carts and running to the town fair to do it if we had to. I've got a tinker's heart. I can't help it. And itchy feet. It happens. So we will survive. And then when people tell us we can't survive, which I love, give it to me. The spite builds up in our gas tanks and we thrive. And if that is your jam, welcome to the club. If that is not your jam, you have a good day. And may you have joy in whatever you do. I mean that. If you decide the 9-to-5 kind of routine is your jam and you like just going to work, doing your job, going home, there is nothing wrong with it. I will never berate somebody who's, you found peace, your occupation matters. But if you're crazy like us, I'm going to tell you the truth. I draw because I can't not draw. I write because I can't not write. I tell the story because it is. If I do not tell the story, it will die. And I am a mortal, flobby little thing that could get pewed, just utterly splattered by a seed truck on the way to the mailbox on any of these days. And I understand that. And the problem is, with the passing of any writer, is a genocide of ideas. And it is a great tragedy. So, to the characters that live in my head, the worlds that have been crafted, I have an obligation to put that down so that others may maintain it a little while. Give them a chance to live. The dream is bigger than the dreamer. The work is bigger than the worker. And the story is bigger than the writer. And I know it's an odd way to look at it, to supplicate oneself before it, but I really take it that seriously. And I think if you let that kind of thing in your heart, wonders unfold. And the great thing is, the world is never boring. you are free from boredom. So with that, is there anything you want to wrap up with? I know you have a world to promote. You probably do. But if you want to get philosophical on them, I've been told they enjoy it. Please do.
I will get philosophical because 20 years ago, the big houses had all the secrets of how to do what we do. Now they're out. Anyone can find them. And I'm going to do a thing I do at all conventions now. I want you all to swear secrecy now. And I'm going to make sure that nobody's listening. There is a secret site where you can get every bit of information you could ever want. Get your pens and paper ready, folks, because I'm going to spell it out for you. You just ask the question and the answer will unfold. Okay, now make sure you keep this close to your heart. GOOGLE.com. YouTube is the other one. The information is out there. Even if you didn't have this wonderful man beside me, or myself, or or Kelly, or Charles, or Amy, or Kathy, or any of the Rising Tide people, the information is now in our hands. And so many times in history, you've seen a medium pop up, like whether it's penny dreadfuls, the dime novels, the pulps, the comic books, whatever, and people have emerged from that to take on greater importance. The pulps gave us people like like Arthur C. Clarke, Isaac Asimov, Robert Heinlein, Dashiell Hammett, Erdl Stanley Gardner, people that are now mainstream now. And if your goal is to make money, the possibility exists. It can happen. You have to put a lot of sweat equity into it, but it can happen if you've got the moxie to do it, and the willingness to learn, and the willingness to help others may achieve their dream too. And if you just want to see your name in print, that's beautiful too. But the thing is, right now, with all the uncertainty in the world, right now, yes, it's a little tough to make those sales, but the sales are still happening. And people need their entertainers, especially in writers. I want to quote J. Michael Straczynski, and I usually miss a word or two. But in his book, Becoming a Writer, Staying a Writer, he had a line in there where he reminds us that, storytellers, creative people come from a millennia long, legacy of entertainers and information sharers. And if you doubt what you do, especially in the writing field, I want to quote J. Michael Straczynski of Babylon 5 fame. The Third Reich, fueled by the most powerful military organization in history, lies in the dustbin of history, while the quiet words of Anne Frank persist. You are blessed with a holy chore, my friends, to create and to help others do the same. And that's why, I always close out my broadcast with stay smart, stay safe, wash your hands, and never apologize for being awesome, because you are made of star stuff. And what you do matters. Never forget that. And you never know who you're talking off the ledge. You may never learn, but you have a holy chore to never stop creating. And I hope you believe in yourself as much as we do. End of sermon.
Brilliant. Heck of an act to follow.
Thank you, Alex.
See, it's great because your style came off, hit that old, I hate to say my old Catholic button. It felt very comfortable. and every once in a while I can manage that, but a lot of times I go for it and Brother Loves Travel and Salvation show starts coming out of me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Well, it's that's a Straczynski quote. If you can listen to that and not get hit in the ventricles, then you need a checkup from the neck up. And thank you, Alex Creations. Thank you for sincerely.
And that's we all need to hear that sometime. These are hard times on everybody, and on that topic before, reach out to the folks who you think are the strongest, because the people who are strongest, and I saw this a lot in 2020, and after, during the things you're not allowed to say because they won't monetize it. People forgot the ones who are holding everybody together, because if Brian will take a minute out of his day or two, send me a message, check on me. And we have a lot of friends like that. But what people don't realize is Brian, the one way I can figure it, he has a checklist. He must have like a Rolodex off to the side where it's like, okay, help Michaela, heck, help this, help that. Just keep doing. So I know he never stops. And I know the cost. I had to tell everyone that I have from 10 o'clock to 7 o'clock. Do not disturb us on my phone. Because I end up going days without sleep proper. And so right now, I was listening, and I don't remember who it was, and I'm sorry for that, but one of the psychological authorities in the nation was like, because they were asking, is anxiety on the rise? One of these poppy little reporters whose face, they should be replaced by AI at this point. Like this little blonde mannequin that is moving. Do you think there's a rise in anxiety since the pandemic? And the dude stopped, and I watched this wave of just exhaustion and raw annoyance at the idiocy of the question ripple through this man. And he stopped. He said, anyone who was about over the age of 8 during the pandemic, during lockdown, should have some form of counseling, minimum. This country should be providing mental health services for everyone. And the folks who are strongest have been strongest the longest. And the problem with the strong people is they don't want to be a burden, because they know what it feels like to carry a burden, even though it's their turn. And people accuse it of pride. They accuse them of being proud, or beyond that. And it's not pride. It's a type of empathy. It's knowing what it feels like to have to support somebody long term. And the question, the fear for everyone who is of that mentality and of that place is the I hate to reference the mouse positively, like I said, but that song in Encanto where Luisa's did her Under Pressure song. That is where so many live. And it is a monstrous amount of weight and pressure to carry. And that's why so often the people who bring the most joy are the ones who break and make, the ultimate permanent solution for temporary problems. And I think a lot of it's born not out of fear, but being empathic means you feel pain and the pain of others, and feeling the someone understand even part of the pain that you have echoes that, and it makes a gestalt. So it's very hard for them to come out and talk to somebody. But I really, truly hope anyone who's being strong has reach out. Okay. We lost some folks in 2020. We didn't have to, because they were being strong till they couldn't, and they didn't know how to put it down. And I lost them dearly because they absolutely refused to talk to me. A dear friend, because it was found out he knew what I do, and he knew if I talked to him at all, I'd talk him out of it. So that's something I carry. Be there for the strong people, be there for the weak people. There's no shame in being either. And we got questions. Ethan says, talking about people needing counseling, about first responders every day. Yes.
Exactly.
That should be mandatory. There should be mandatory counseling sessions for anyone who's working in that regularly. Bare minimum monthly mental checkups.
Agreed.
And after anything great, we do not handle mental health right. And I'm sorry, I'm passionate on that. So you can
not in this country, no.
And I know if Ethan is the Ethan I think he is, he's in training to become a firefighter. And thank you for that service. It is courageous and bold. And the police need heroes to look up to. But
and they get to eat all the good food.
Yep. But in that case, it falls on you to reach out personally. There are a lot of services, the telecommunications like we're doing now. You are a volunteer firefighter. Excellent. I'm sorry that was not meant as a. I couldn't remember if you graduated from it or not. I thought you did.
Good for you.
But thank you. But.
And Kelly has a nice comment too at 203.
Okay, I'm going to need that to come back from this one.
Okay, fair enough.
You have the responsibility because you will see horrors. I have several friends who are volunteer and former volunteer firefighters, EMTs. Because of my medical work, I used to be a direct support professional for special needs people. I had to see things because I specialized in behavioral ones. They aren't going to give you the service you need. You know you're going to need it. Please make arrangements now. And there's nothing wrong with saying, assuming you have insurance or whatever, find a means to have someone in place for when you need it, because it's much better to have a counselor or, sometimes a priest, sometimes, a pastor, I don't know your religious background, that you can go to talk about what you see. Also, reach out, look for mentors in your field, because the old firefighters have seen it too. And until you've seen some of that stuff, you can't know it. Now, and if there's anything we can do to help, please let us know. Kelly says, and lastly, thank you, Brian and Nick, for believing in we new people and making us feel important. There's no stopping me now, because you are important. I will tell you guys a great and terrible secret. I am holding the line till the heroes come. That is what I do. I understand that I have a bit of splash range. I have a bit of range of influence. But I know among the people that I encounter in their fields are people far greater than I. And I not only accept that, but I encourage it. So please chase that dream. To borrow from Long John Silver in Treasure Planet, I just want to see a bit of the light coming off you when you get there. That's really one of my greatest joys in life. and you are not a burden. And if you are feeling like you are, talk to somebody about that.
Right.
And I've got comment dump.
Okay, and I see one question from Woke Breaker.
Yes.
At 206.
At 206.
206. There you go. Yes. Don't do that. No, seriously, dole out the information as needed. I don't need to know what Clark Kent's grades were in high school and for what courses, but just give enough exposition. And especially if you can do it through dialogue where two friends maybe are comparing character traits or something. But there are ways to do exposition. Again, study some of the greats like Michael Crichton and Martin Caden, who can deal out, like, for instance, exposition on, say, technological matters. Same thing would hold true for personality traits. But you don't want the info dump.
Right.
Because that'll send a reader scurrying. So you actually answered your own question. So that was good. Thank you, Woke Breaker, for that. Appreciate that. And I appreciate your audience. Thank you, Nick. Thank you for having me on, and thank you for all these wonderful people who endured this for over 4 hours. Good Lord.
I know. I keep trying to gracefully exit us, and they keep asking incredible questions.
Go home, people. Okay, there we go. I did my part. Okay.
But it is actually, I'm very late for my lunch proper, and I will need to eat.
Yes, you will. You do. You frail little thing.
So, what I'd like to say, guys, is thank you. Seriously, the chat's been phenomenal. Keep sending questions, even though I'm ending the show momentarily. Please know this is my home.
It is now. This broadcast is getting so dense that it's got its own gravitational field now.
Oh yes, more Tockert, more Morris. Yes, see, and this is us during the daytime. You should see us after dark.
Yeah, Woke Breaker, your gluttony for punishment is admirable. But thank you for being a part of it. Appreciate you, man.
Yep. And
put if you have questions for either of us, put in the comments. I'll check back, or Nick will tell me to check back, and I'll give you an answer too. It may not be the right one, but it'll be funny.
I at least, it sounds stupid, but at least weekly I go into my YouTube studio to check on things, and then I go through a whole bunch. So sometimes it takes me a little while to get to your questions, but I will answer them. Occasionally I won't answer them because I'm answering it on the next show.
There you go.
So there's that. But I am actually not looking at the comments now because it's I have to physically turn them off, or else.
Yes, and I'm looking. That's why I'm cracking up, guys. I'm not in control though. But thank you, Nick, for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was totally unplanned. Poor Brian. Now remember, you're at 5 hours because you went straight from one broadcast to the next. Just to let you know.
And it's not it's not on the same show, so I'm going to take that out. Anyway, no warning is on Mondays around 9 a.m., 8 a.m. Central on the Brian K. Morris Rising Tide Network. Please go give it a like because it's lonely, and if you don't, a dire fate may come to it. But anyway, definitely subscribe to this man's channel. Check out his stuff Monday, Wednesday, Friday on Nevermind the Furthermore with a brand new, vastly improved host over the last goof. And also the Historical Fencing Guild at Friday nights at 8 p.m., 7 p.m. Central. It is as I tell people, it is a great entertaining way to learn how to kill your friends safely. So anyway, check it out. Thank you guys again for your great comments and questions. And again, Nick, thank you very much, brother. I love you, man.
God, it is always a privilege to have you on. On the announcements, Wednesday's usually my long show. I have no idea how Wednesday's going to go after this one.
Good luck topping this one, brother.
Oh dear God. They've caught me on a few of the. I mean, 2 or 3 on the Wednesdays can happen, but
Yes. Oh, and Nina and Daphne, we apologize.
yeah, but this was meant to be educational, and I figure they will mea culpa, mea maxima culpa.
Yeah.
The slight announcement: there may be a delay in the pumpkin destruction on the Historical Fencing Guild because I made a smart aleck remark, and Trelena said, "Well, I'd love to get in on that." So I may have, as part of the Historical Fencing Guild, some of my, my lovely wife and Trelena. I almost said my lovely wife Trelena, and that would be a little bit more than I'm allowed to say. Cutting up pumpkins with swords, as well as myself, just for S and or G. Yes.
Okay, I was going to say, if you have a pumpkin chunkin sort of thing going, I would recommend you get Dawn Dulis, as she is the reigning champion of HalloCon 2023 in the pumpkin chunkin category. I think you should have her on that night.
Oh, I would love to have Dawn on again at some point, and if she could get transport, I'd be happy to have her come over and hang out or something. What we need to do is a live show, you and me, but not separate, like in the same room.
From the annex when we do the library con.
What you help? Oh, God.
Write it down, Nick. Write it down. Put it on the shopping list.
Okay, I got to put it on the shopping list. Annex.
This is what I do. I go on to other people's shows and screw them up totally.
Yeah. Like I said, he's my mentor, folks. If you want to know where it comes from, the buck stops right there.
They know who to blame.
No.
Who was Nick's bad example? I'm the problem. It's me.
He let me cut loose, and he did for me as I wish to do onto you, which is shake you up like a can of soda pop and let you loose on the world. Yeah. That's what we shoot for here, folks. So I'm gonna say this. I know it's scary. I know folks are worried about AI and they're worried about the big companies coming or going or whatever. But as long as you do the work, right? As long as you write your stuff and you draw it, you can edit it, you can improve it. But you cannot edit a blank page. Now, guys, I love you. You should too. I'll see you Wednesday. I'm going to end this broadcast, or else I'm going to look at the comments and I'll never get out of here. Thank you again, Brian. We did it to you. This always happens. Toodles, everybody.
Toodles Parmesan.